for night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic. You see cars on track right now. Hot laps for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars. We're just moments away from getting tonight's program underway. I'm Greg Kellnan. Joining me tonight will be Adam Ross. He's en route from over at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, where they were doing qualifying this afternoon for the NASCAR Pintys Series. Clinton Jeffrey will be down trackside, and Brighton Speedway track announcer Tim Whitehead will join us in the tower tonight as well as things wrap up for this hot lap session here on GeForce TV. Glad you could join us here live. We'll be here with both nights of action here on GeForce. And I think we've got one more car coming out for a hot lap session, and I think that's going to be Glenn Stiers coming out. He's a late arrival. They just finished qualifying over at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park for the NASCAR Pintys Series. Glenn qualifying for that. I think he just choppered in, actually, landed and hopped in the Zero machine, so he'll come out for a quick hot lap session, and then we'll get things rolling with tonight's program. As mentioned off the top, the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars will be on the card tonight, along with the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pintys. We also have the late models here on the card tonight with the Thunderstocks, Comp 4s, and Stingers. And just as we get underway, Adam Ross has entered the building, so he'll be joining Tim and I up here in the tower tonight as we see the rest of what will be this third hot lap session coming out, along with Glenn Stiers, who just got pushed off the bridge there. And Adam, good to have you here. You made it just in time.
I'm a little ticked off that Glenn Stiers beat me here.
Just barely. I mean, it was just a few moments ago, so...
he had advantage. There's fewer stoplights when you ride a chopper.
Well, I heard you wouldn't fly because turkeys don't fly.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. I would have taken that.
We're going early with the...
I would have taken that ride, Greg Calvin.
Bravo.
The gloves are off early here tonight.
So I had to stay at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park to call qualifying.
Yep.
Timing and scoring failed. Didn't have any. You get to see the cars for about 10 seconds and tell stories. Ooh, that one looked fast. That one looked pretty quick, too.
That's where you make things up, Adam. Just get creative.
I got a little...
New track record.
I got a little bit irritable, to tell you the truth, Greg.
So was the traffic cleared up once you got to Port Hope?
Let me tell you, traffic was fine. Traffic was so fine that I'm doing 130 kilometers an hour, and there's a fire truck parked sideways across the highway. Traffic didn't even slow down. There's an accident. We all move over to the right lane. We slow down to a healthy 110.
So you went through it a lot quicker than we did, because we were
ugly.
stopped for that was quite an accident back there, and we were an hour later than we usually get here to Brighton Speedway. But glad to be back, and Adam, our Friday night home together is at Oshwegan Speedway, but you and I love coming to Brighton Speedway. We love the fans here. I don't know that we can go to any other track in Ontario where the fans are as hungry for racing as right here at Brighton Speedway.
They love it. 3 nights at Greg, I want to be wherever you are, because whatever makes you the most miserable puts a smile on my face. And I know when I'm standing beside you, you're nothing but ugly.
Well, tonight I thought I put you on the right-hand side, so we'll see how that works.
I'm
in the driver's seat tonight.
If it happens in turn 1, tell me about it.
You don't need to see it. Oh, by the way, Sanders Racing and Tasty Creations sent us up a welcome package. That's Rich Sanders from the late model division and Teresa Sanders, a.k.a. the 50-50 lady. These are tasty treats, I will tell you. Birthday cake on a pop.
Wow.
There's a trailer. Oh, the GeForce trailer, Spencer says. Yes, I thought you meant make sure they know where the Tasty Creation trailer is.
Now, is there one marked specifically for you or me?
I already licked them all, so go ahead.
Any marked for me, I'm not eating them. But if it's a group present, I'm all over it.
So the Pintys Knights of Thunder in the final hot lap session here this evening. And lap time, the quickest earlier on was Ryan Turner at 12 seconds flat. Mitch Brown, 11.806 seconds. They are hauling the mail on what is a very tacky track here tonight, Adam.
Oh, it looks fantastic. What do we have, about 18, 20 cars?
18 360s, and we have 20 of the Action Sprint Tour tonight, so great field here for both divisions.
Fabulous.
And some may say, well, 18, 20, no B mains. This racetrack is phenomenal around the 16 to 20 mark.
And, you're busy all the time. Flat traffic comes in a hurry, so yeah, you're not going to put a 30-car field out here. A 24-car field here is like a 30-car field at a lot of places.
So the checkered flag out on the final hot lap session of the night. And again, Mitch Brown, quickest in hot laps in car number 10, 11.806 seconds. He had the first win of the year, the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Cars. That came back on June the 30th at Humberstone Speedway, and he would love to get back to victory lane. He's had a lot of close calls at Ohsweken Speedway, but has not picked up another win yet in 2022 as we see the two-seater late model onto the racetrack. So they'll do one more session with that, and then I believe we'll get into the opening ceremonies and the anthems and get things kicked off. We'll start off tonight with the Stingers and their qualifying heats, followed by the Comp 4s, which will have a mix of mini stocks on the card as well tonight with them. Action Sprint Tour will follow, then the late models, and then the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Cars, followed by the Thunder Stocks. So an action-packed lineup here tonight. 6 divisions on the card. All again brought to you by Parkland Ultramar Fuels, Rock 107, Mystical Distributing, and GeForce TV.
Has Abby given us a tour of the creek yet?
Not yet.
I want him to fly under the bridge.
Well, here you go. We're going to have a look off the backstretch. There's over the bridge and through the woods.
So for folks, when we talk about the creek down the backstretch, it is down the backstretch.
The full length.
It is very accessible. It's not a stretch goal. You can get there.
So if you're new to Brighton Speedway and you've never seen racing here, the entrance to the pit area is off of corner 3, and there is a bridge to cross that creek, but the creek takes a turn, so the bridge is far back into the pit area. But when you come onto the track, that bridge is literally right off the lip of corner number 2, and we've seen drivers go on either side of that right into the drink.
Well, we saw Aaron Turkey clobber the tractor tire. Were you here for that race? No, that might have been a night
I don't think so.
There wasn't any G-force.
So there's a ride along with the drone behind the 2-seat late model. Sorry, every time I see that car, I think of the DW ride-along that he did at Eldora.
The very first year, wasn't it?
I think so. We apologize for the bit of feedback we're getting there. We're trying to balance the audio here between the live stream and the live crowd.
It could be the steel plate in my head.
Well, every time they rev up the microwave, I've heard things about you, Adam Ross.
I whiz my pants and forget who I am for 30 minutes. Let's go racing.
I think we're still on hot laps, are we not? Yeah, this is still hot laps now for the Thunder Stocks. We're following order on the lineup sheet. Thunder Stocks are the final qualifying heat, so this would be actually the final hot lap session. It looks like there's another line of cars on the backstretch pit area, though, too. So
the fans continue to file into the facility.
Great crowd, as always, here. A lot of Thunder Stocks tonight. How many in total do we know? 25 in total tonight, so good turnout for the Thunder Stocks. We got another group that's going to come out and do a hot lap session here in just a moment before we get to our opening ceremonies.
Did you hear what time I got here, Greg, today?
No.
6:30
a.m.?
Yes. You know what's the best birth control there is, Greg? Having kids. It's the number one cause of not having more kids.
So you had to drive here and...
Well, my 18-year-old
yeah.
was going to leave Ohsweken and drive straight here last night.
Right.
Got up for work at 5:15 in the morning Friday, works all day in landscaping, goes to the track, cruise all night. Pretty smart idea, but you're not going to talk a kid out of it. He talked himself out of it. He was tired. He says, but I got to get to Brighton for 7 o'clock. I got a golf game with the Rinaldis. Says, we better get up at 5. All right, quick math, son. Takes about 2.5 to 3 hours to get to Brighton. If you get up at 5, you're going to miss the first 8 holes, give or take. He says, don't worry. He says, I'm going to drive. Just get up whenever we have to. So 4 o'clock, we get up. Guess who drove to Brighton this morning?
Not him.
Nope. Saw logs in the passenger seat.
Now, you want to know the funny part, Greg? You know who also drove to Brighton from the same spot Connor was last night at Oshwegan?
You did.
Right around the same time. He could have jumped in with me and Jack and been here at 3:30, but nobody asked Uncle Clint what he was up to tonight. So,
how's the RV treating you, Clint?
it's good. Still got some bugs to work out, but it is nice.
Bugs?
Being a night hawk, it is.
Bed bugs?
No.
Oh, okay.
Got some issues with the fridge and stuff, but we're roughing it. But we got a bed on wheels, and it was nice to drive right here and be here this morning, I got to say.
And I was so tempted because I knew it would have been a late night, and I saw his bus parked there with the curtains drawn across the windshield. And I thought, at my size, I could jump on either the front or the back bumper and really get that thing rocking.
Earthquake.
Jack would have said, Dad, I thought you only said there were tornadoes around here, not earthquakes.
Exactly.
I wish a happy 12th birthday to Solis. Happy 12th birthday. I thought we had another birthday. No, that one's not. Second group of Thunder stocks out, and then I see Comp 4s getting lined up over in the pit area, and that will be our first qualifying heat of the night.
You sure you don't see the Stingers?
That looks like a Comp 4. Oh, yeah, there's some Stingers. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I'm reading
Your fault.
the
I'm
sheet.
looking at the hot lap list now. They don't get hot laps. Okay. Devin Kippen, driver of the week. Campbellford Chrysler, driver of the week. So he'll get a few laps here. And then the Stingers. Tim, Stingers will hit the track. I think the three of us tonight, Adam, or Tim, you and I, we already warned Angie about Omaha.
If we weren't the bosses of our program, I guarantee we'd be getting fired tonight. Tim, no promises, because Angie could come up and drop the hammer at any time. Check. There we go. I kept turning the volume up on.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on your headset tonight, Adam.
That's your sweat.
I figured I was here first, so I could pick the microphone that could see the entire track. I gave you the air conditioner, though.
Blowing. Yeah, I won't even tell you where it's blowing. So I sweat profusely. If I'm awake, I am sweating. So we're at Mosport today, and great big glass windows. It's all window and sunshine, so it's about 150 degrees.
Delaware.
So I put my headset on. Whoa! Loose wheel. 4. Right rear wheel disconnected off of turn number 4. It will roll politely to the infield.
Okay, so we got you in the terrarium at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park behind the glass, under the heat. And you got squishy, I'm guessing.
There's 6 divisions. There's always lots of divisions at a road race. So I put the headset on. That headset, like if you dropped a sponge into a bathtub and left it for a couple hours, that's how the headset. And I warned Dave Bradley. Dave Bradley, a professional broadcaster, use the other headset. I use the spare, so you use the main number 2 because you don't want to put mine on. Oh, good idea. Professional broadcaster puts on the spare, doesn't work. So he grabs the other one, puts it on. It doesn't work because he hadn't turned it on. So he wore my sweaty earmuffs.
Oh, that's yummy.
To call his race.
Well, I mean, if he's going to wear something sweaty of yours, I guess earmuffs is probably the least offensive.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
How many buttons did you have undone this afternoon? Was it like Delaware that night?
Have you seen the movie?
Knights of Delaware. That should be a movie.
I don't know how it happened. Have you seen the movie Kingpin?
Long time ago.
Do you remember when Ishmael goes into the freezer? So that he was being a gentleman, and he comes out and the rings on. I don't know how they form, but Dave Bradley, I had to do a wardrobe change halfway through the day. Son of a gun.
Poor Dave. Dave's so professional. And
I didn't work with Dave today. I worked with Pat Gonzalez.
Yeah.
So as
he
I
was
was
taking
leaving,
over, yeah.
Yeah.
Still. You left him in your after sweat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Tim's debating on whether or not he wants to have the headset on here.
You know, if you play golf, they say, what's your handicap? If you're an announcer, what's your handicap? Adam Ross. You're going to be okay, Tim.
It's not squishy.
It's
so
like-
tonight, no one can see this but us, but blue button, Tim. Okay, Adam? This button is the PA mute.
Wow.
So I know it's backwards, but do not, well, unless the folks
need-
outside don't want to hear us.
We
then
need
they
to
can
pop
hit
that out so Tim can talk.
Yes. There we go. We got.
You don't have to, but
So I think we're ready to go, are we? And Tim is going to take over now with our opening ceremonies and get things going here on night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic.
okay, folks, at this time we're going to ask you to please rise, remove your caps for the playing of the national anthems.
All right, we're ready to go racing here on night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic weekend, brought to you by Parkland, Ultramar Fuels, Rock 107, Mystical Distributing, and GeForce TV. Again, I'm Greg Kelman with Adam Ross, Tim Whitehead in the tower, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, and it looks like we're ready to go racing, Tim.
First ones up on the track tonight are Quiddy Septic Stingers. Great field of cars on hand here again tonight. There's 22 Stingers on hand. We're going to have them go out in 3 qualifiers tonight. First qualifier, you're going to have number 6, the Tom Cole, starting on the front row. Outside Tom is the 29D of Cody Easton. Row number 2, the 26 is Curtis Sparks. Chris Sparks. Outside Chris is going to be the 67J of Joshua Whitney. Going off on the third row, the 7 of Josh Toon. Outside Toon is the 27 of Kendall Hayes. Row number 3, the 67 is Alex Patrick. Outside Patrick. 8 cars, 6 laps distance. Quiddy Septic Stinger, qualifier number 1 on the racetrack.
I don't know what that was, Adam, but
I just assume it was something you did. You already sabotaged the anthem.
I clicked my mouse button and his phone stopped working. I don't know how you do that. But.
The timing was miraculous. Sing along if you know the words.
First qualifying heat of an action-packed weekend, 2 nights. Glad you could join us. Again, those here in attendance, go to YouTube, GeForce TV, and you can see the replays, all the drone shots. Use it sparingly if you don't have a high data package, though, please.
Tom Cole. Cody Easton going to bring us to the green flag. We are underway with Labor Day weekend, our first official green flag of the week. Cole in that number 6 machine, glued to the bottom, and that's fun when there's some bite in the racetrack. The answer is to hug those tires on the inside, and if anyone wants to pass you, they've got to go the long way, fellas.
For those in attendance last week, Chris Sparks in the 26 car, he let his dad drive here last week for his 66th birthday, and I think on the 6th lap of the season, Chris ended up putting him upside down over the Chris and off 32.
Hey, these things happen, but what a memorable birthday that would be.
Got something to talk about for the whole time now.
Yeah. Tim, let's make sure you're right up into your mouth with that. I think your mic, they're having to tweak it a little bit, so the closer we get that to the noisemaker, the better we're going to be, I think.
Sometimes that's probably not a good thing, but
well, you know.
As they come through 3 and 4, the halfway flags are in the air for the 26 of Chris Sparks, Tom Cole in the 6 car. The 67A of Alex Patrick, 29D of Cody Easton, and the 27 of Kendall Hayes rounding up the top 5.
My timing and scoring just advanced to Heat 2. It's flying through the program.
Well, it's all Sparks right now over Lightning Tom Cole in that second spot, car number 6. And then you've got Alex Patrick back in the 3rd position as his first qualifier rolls along, and Sparks has built up quite the advantage here straight away already as he will come to the white flag.
Sparks is able to get the car turned into the corner a little bit easier than anybody else. Seems to be able to pitch that car and then chase it with throttle. Everybody else is struggling to get that first turn into the corner. Although that time, the 60, I guess it's the 67, not the 69, isn't it?
67A, yes.
I'm struggling.
Checkers out. Sparks will pick up the win. Cole and Patrick have had a good little fight here, but it's going to be Cole that comes out on top. Patrick takes the charge on the outside, but will settle for the 3rd spot.
Things were calm through that race, and then they escalated on that last lap.
Being the rookie class here, the Stinger class, it's zero contact. Any contact, and it is a disqualification for that race. So these drivers have been, on the whole, pretty good. There was a couple instances last week where we had to maybe ask a few drivers just to reside to the pits for the rest of the race and enjoy a Coca-Cola on the other side. But on the whole, they're really good about zero contact. So
is there still a claim rule in this?
Yes, there is.
Division? Yeah.
Yep.
So if you're running away and someone wants to claim your vehicle, giddy up.
A couple weeks ago, we had one. First one, only one this year so far. So.
I like a well-designed claim rule is excellent. A poorly designed claim rule creates a toxic atmosphere. But a good claim rule is fabulous. It accomplishes the goal of keeping costs fixed or in and around a certain level.
Absolutely.
I'm giving this heat race win to Corey Turner over there in the backstretch. Just saying. He probably got this one in the bag.
He could, but without fenders, he better hope it's a clean one.
If they don't start him either, it might be rough. Corey just crowned champion at Brighton Speedway last night in that Petro Plus travel stop, Burger Bar number 13, as we get ready for their second qualifying heat of the Stingers.
Starting on the front row, the 07 of Mega Golden. Outside Golden is the 69 of Andrew Whitney. Row number 2, the 93 is Jordan Pickle. Outside Pickle is the 8 car of Curtis Sparks. Starting on the third row on the inside, the 79 of Robert Jenner. Outside Jenner is the 30 of Ryan Hill. And bringing up the rear of the field in the 28 car is Jay Brewer. 7 cars, 6 laps to distance. Quiddy Septic Stinger, qualifier number 2. And we're still going to hold the caution flag on the track.
Yeah, the front row wasn't quite lined up. Megan Golden was holding a good pace. Andrew Whitney on the outside had fallen back just a little bit. We can hear the race director in the next room. Just like home track at Ohsweken, there's a wall between us and the official, which is a good idea.
For their sake.
I mean, we should have a wall between us and rubber covering all the surfaces in here that aren't windows.
And long sleeves on our crew shirts with buckles attached to the ends of them, right?
Yeah, these shirts have fancy buckles.
They're the ones where you get to hug yourself all night long.
Here we go. Golden will get on the hammer first. Whitney on the outside. They're going to go 3 wide into the first corner. Wow.
Well, Curtis Sparks saw what Chris Sparks did in race number 1. Couldn't be outdone. Curtis Sparks shoots the middle, launches out in front.
Curtis is the son of Chris Sparks of the last race. So
there you go.
Keep it in the family.
That was an impressive move to get things going and pulling away as Whitney tries to track him down. Whitney slides up the track. Here comes Pickle down to the inside of the 93, but the door gets closed. They'll make contact.
Everybody going to gather it up there, but the 93 takes the worst of that. Pickle all the way to the back of the pack out in front. Sparks with the lead. In fairness to Sparks, he just kept his car straight. Andrew Whitney moved up to the outside and the seas parted.
Whitney did a good job still in that third spot. He saved it and didn't lose too much ground there on Megan Golden as we come down to the cross flags. 3 and 3 to go for Sparks.
Whitney's really having to slow down on corner entry. That car does not want to turn. Protecting the bottom of the racetrack. Trying to close in on Golden in that second spot. Meanwhile, having to pay attention because Robert Jenner had pulled up right behind. Now Jenner's fallen back about 8-10 car lengths.
A little bit of contact back there in the battle for the 4th spot. As the white flag set to come out for Sparks, who's got nearly a half a track lead right now.
Yeah, an impressive drive for Curtis Sparks out there in that 8 machine. Almost going to get to lap traffic, which in a 6-lap qualifier is pretty darn impressive.
Sparks coming out of 3 and 4 down the front chute. Going to pick up the qualifying win here in the Quiddy Septic Stinger second qualifier tonight.
Andrew Whitney never gave up that whole race. The car was not handling very well, but he kept Megan Golden in his sights. Almost got it done, but he'll settle for 3rd.
The fun comes when we stack all 22 of these up in the feature.
I'm with you there.
And say, no contact.
Don't touch anybody. We're watching.
It's like asking Adam to go to the buffet and not touch anything. It's not happening.
All right. I can see you've done your warm-ups. I got to get there.
Oh, he was up here, Adam, just practicing. Wait till Adam gets here. Wait till Adam gets here.
The only joy Greg gets is from being mean.
You're not wrong. You are not. That's why I had children.
No. Can I? No.
No.
Quiddy Septic Stinger, qualifier number 3 on the racetrack. Starting on the front row, the 95 is Nicole DeVoe. Outside DeVoe is the 99 of Alex Woods. Row number 2, the 64 is Chris Johnson. Outside Johnson is the 12 car of Shane Vale. Starting on the third row, the number 9 of Zach McDonald. Outside McDonald is the 41 of Landon Much. And on the fourth row, bringing up the rear of the field, the 14 car of Kevin Much. 7 cars, 6 laps of distance. Quinty Septic Stinger, qualifier number 3 coming at you.
You can tell this is a well-trained group of race car drivers. They are holding pace lap speed the whole way around. 3 perfect rows of 2 with 1 straggler out behind.
I'm afraid they're going to stall out here. That's a really paced pace lap here.
They do build the anticipation. Nicole DeVoe and Alex Woods bring them through 3 and 4. Now they'll get on the gas and bring it down to the green flag.
Some more quick moves off the drop of the green flag here as they go down into 1 and 2.
Alex Woods out in front, but the 12 of Shane Vale keeping Woods in his sight.
He's closed the gap quickly as they work off the corner for the first lap, and here comes to the outside of Woods. Now looks low going into 1.
Now, these cars don't run mirrors, do they, Tim?
No, they do not.
Because those would be some great maneuvers if the car in front of you had a mirror. Outside, no inside. Slingshot engaged.
Side by side off the corner. New leader at the line, Tim.
Shane Vale, the leader now. Alex Woods in second. Last week's feature winner of Landon Much now in third. Then the 9 of Zach McDonald and the 95 of Nicole DeVoe.
That was a nice move by Vale to get out in front, get right back to the bottom, and then Sights, whoa, hang on to it.
Something just happened in the front end of that car that it locked up there for a minute.
Yeah, that was unusual.
That's going to put Alec Woods back out front. Shane Vale in second, and Landon Much now right on the rear door of the 12 of Shane Vale.
Well, the car seems to be all right. Back up to full song here. Off of corner number 4. But now it's a 3-car race for the lead.
That car's really pulling to the left in a straight line. Flat left front tire?
Yeah, hard to tell from here.
White flag coming out now for the 99 of Alex Wood, the 12 of Shane Vale. Landon Much in the 41. And I'm still kind of spooked out with the drone flying there. I'm not used to that.
Well, the drone's in 4th right now.
You know what, Tim? Move over. Whoa, too wide racing for the lead. Move over a little bit towards me. I don't know if it's your microphone too close to the electronics over there.
Picking up the win, the 12 of Shane Vale, 99 of Alex Wood second, the 41 of Landon Much third, the 9 of Zach McDonald in 4th, the 64 of Chris Johnson in 5th. And that's ending our Quinty Septic Stingers qualifying rounds here this evening.
It's time for the Bills Johns Comp 4 division.
And tonight the mini stocks are actually running with them. So we're going to have 18 cars here tonight to start up our field.
I know I've asked this before, but what is the difference between a Comp 4 and a mini stock?
So the mini stocks are 8 cylinders and the Comp 4s are 16 cylinder. Dual overhead cams.
Valve. So 8 valve and 16 valve?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
That'd be a mean 16-cylinder engine,
That's right.
man.
They're such wee little cars for so much engine. Sorry, Tim.
That's okay. Starting on the front row, the 35P is Paul Reed. And outside Reed is 15 of Josh Bogard. Row number 2, the 85 of Brittany Golden. Outside Golden is the 85J of Jordan Monaghan. Row number 3, the 7 of AJ Rinaldi. Outside Rinaldi is the 33, normally piloted by Adam Milton, but tonight it's Josh French. And bringing up the rear of the field, the 17E tonight is Evan Minnie. 7 cars, 8 laps of distance. Bills Johns Comp 4, qualifier number 1 coming at you. Reed and Bogart going to bring the field to life, coming through 3 and 4.
And off they go down to the first corner.
And from half a straightaway on the throttle, you can already hear they've got a little bit more giddy up than the Stingers. They continue to race side by side down into 3 and 4. Who's going to lead lap number 1?
Like Bogard on the outside will have the lead over Reed, and then it's Golden in that third spot. And I'm sorry, Tim, who'd you say is in the 33 filling in?
33 is Josh French.
Right.
I do think Brighton Speedway is the official capital of the world when it comes to replacement drivers.
Yeah, I
There's
tend to agree
always
with
a
that.
lot.
Yeah, there's a lot, yeah.
Bogard, Reed, Brittany Golden, Josh French, Jordan Monaghan, Rinaldi, and Minnie.
Which is really cool, Greg. You know, that they trust each other to drive their race cars, or people know the security locks to other people's garages and they just take their race cars. It's tomato.
Well, Josh French right now trying to reel in the top three. It's Bogard over Reed and Golden.
Golden sticking to the bottom in that third spot. The front two sliding their cars a little bit more. Brittany Golden, they'll really keep. Oh, French.
It's like you were trying to swear there. Oh, French.
Yeah.
Pardon my French.
Don't scratch the paint.
Bogard in the 15, the 35 of Paul Reed, 85 of Brittany Golden. Josh French in the 33 and the 85J of Jordan Monaghan. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're allowed 2 substitute drivers throughout the year, and they get credited for the points.
Right.
After that, it's no longer considered a substitute driver. They have to race that car under their own points now.
We have substitute announcers. Do we still get the pay? But
you get paid.
Someone fills it.
Whoa,
never mind.
Somebody gets paid here?
No, just these tasty creations here.
That would do it.
They were good, though.
What a great battle in this one. Bogard continues to lead the way, but Reed trying different approaches to get a run off the corner. The white flag is out. He's got one more chance.
Brittany Golden with a handful off of corner number 4. French will rip around in the 33. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead. Bogard and Reed go at it. Reed had the door shut there in corner 2.
Just got pinched off a little bit coming off of turn 2. Had a good run. I think that'll secure the win for Bogard. He'll take the victory, followed by Reed, French, and Brittany Golden.
And I believe today's Josh Bogard's dad's birthday, so what a great way to celebrate that, picking up a qualifying win here tonight.
So one qualifier in the books for the Bills Johns Comp 4, with some mini stock sprinkled in as well here tonight.
If Clinton Jeffries, the camera operator and the announcer, does he get paid for both positions?
He should.
I want to talk to the union about that.
I got to lick both tasty treats before he got here. That was my pet.
Wow. There are 17 directions I could go there.
Capture that clip, Spencer.
Each one of them would get me punched right in the teeth. Oh, Muffin.
Omaha.
Did you give yourself the name Natural Mistake, or was that your mom?
Oh, wow.
Oh, straight for the junk.
We've been practicing in the parking lot since 2 o'clock for you, Adam, today.
Oh, my. All right, Tim, heat race number 2 is on the track. I think there's some racing about to take place here.
They tell us so. Starting on the front row, the 19 of Shannon White. Outside White is the 77. Supposed to be 77, but I believe that's the 17E. It's the same driver, though, of Ethan Humphrey. Starting on the second row, the 42 JR of Aiden Fletcher. Not making the call is the 1B in this race, so we're going to slide the 43 car up. The Devin Kippen, the Camelford Chrysler driver of the week, he's going to start on the outside row of row 2. And on the third row is normally driven by Nathan Rinaldi, but tonight is Jake Hadley driving the 3 car. 5 cars, 8 laps of distance. Bills Johns Comp 4 qualifier number 2.
Ethan Humphrey without a transponder on that 17, so we'll have to keep note of that. He's going to fall back to the 3rd spot, and it might be 4th if Devin Kippen has anything to say about it. Kippen gets a little sideways off of 2. He concedes that spot. Little bumper tag through 3 and 4.
Shannon White's really been holding her own here the last couple weeks. She's really drove the car hard. And she's got a few bumps and bruises, and she said that no more bumps and bruises for me. I'm going to go out and I'm going to race like everybody else. So there she is out front holding her own tonight. 19 is Shannon White, the 42 JR of Aiden Fletcher. The 43 is Devin Kippen. 17 JR is Ethan Humphrey. And the 3 is Jake Hadley.
That's a beautiful race car Shannon White's driving. She's handling quite well. Smooth line.
You stole the words out of my mouth. I was just going to say that. That's a well-prepared race car. Looks good, and she's holding on with Fletcher all over the back bumper as they head down into corner number 1.
Fletcher's doing a good job of not making too much contact, and he is right there on that back bumper of our leader.
Kippen back there in the 3rd spot as they come to the stripe. Cross flags go up in the air.
Shannon White in the 19, 42 JR of Aiden Fletcher, the 43 of Devin Kippen, Humphrey in the 17 JR, and Hadley in the 3 car.
Here comes Fletcher with another try on the white number 19, but boy, she's doing a great job in that machine. The Lang & Fetter Motors number 19 leads it into corner number 1 another time.
3-car race up front.
Oh, Fletcher backs out just in time.
Almost into the rear deck of Shannon White.
There we go again with another F word.
Oh, Fletcher.
Say O'Sullivan's.
White flag this time by for Shannon White with Fletcher and Kippen right there on the back bumper. One more trip around. Can she hold on? Impressive run.
White pitches the car into 1 and 2 and then holds a nice arc all the way through the corner. Aiden Fletcher hard on the gas down the backstretch. He'll come for the outside. Look to get underneath our race leader. Oh! Aiden Fletcher steals the win in the last corner. That was a well-executed move, Greg.
Just waiting to make that last move, and he executed it properly.
A little tap on the back bumper. And
you know what? Aiden made a great move.
Yeah.
You can be disappointed.
Well, she can, but I mean, these are 2 of the best drivers in this division for a long time now. Aiden Fletcher and Devin Kippen, and she led them.
So Fletcher
for every
goes
lap of the last, but let's watch this replay.
Straight to the outside and timed it beautifully.
Yep.
No, that was a nice move.
Nice move by Aiden Fletcher to pick up the win. 3rd heat onto the racetrack.
Starting on the front row, the 44 of Tommy Bailey. Outside Bailey is the 54 of Tim Moore. Row number 2, the 27 of Nico Hansen. Outside Hansen is the 20 of Josh Bogard. Row number 3. That's not Bogard. Row number 3, the 87 of Steve Henniger. Outside Henniger is the 12 of Caleb Severin. 6 cars, 8 laps of distance. Bills Johns qualifier number 3 coming at you.
So Spencer, just so you know, we've turned off that 3rd mic for the moment. See if that makes any changes in the system. As we get ready to go green on this 3rd heat. Mini stocks and Bills Johns Comp 4. A lot of fun to watch these cars race here at Brighton Speedway. I'd appreciate it if you didn't touch my cord. Like just because it's there doesn't mean you can put your hands on it.
It's so tiny, though, I figured it wouldn't matter. Okay. Cody Sager in the 20. Nico Hansen, you and I, Adam, are used to seeing Nico regularly on Friday nights in that J&E towing and recovery number 27. And he started the year off with an injury and then came out and did very well in his first season in the mini stocks.
One of the worst kinds of injuries, a rib injury, is just hard to overcome. Tim, welcome back. We've turned you back on. Ish.
Bailey up front in the 44, the 54 of Tim Moore. Cody Sager in the 20 and the 27 of Nico Hansen. Sager goes right to the high side. That's going to let the field almost pass through him.
Tommy Bailey looking to drive away with this one, out in front by a handful of car lengths. Tim Moore in that second spot. He'll have to hold off Nico Hansen. So look at the leader. Look at Bailey out in front, about 3 lanes up from the bottom, second and third, right around the inside of the racetrack, Greg.
And Hansen now will look to the outside of the 54 of Tim Moore as they go into the third corner. Gives a little tap down into the entry at corner number 4, and off the corner they come. Moore continues to hold down that second spot. Hansen swings it out to the outside and won.
Tommy Bailey separating himself from the field really well now. Tommy's got about 7 or 8 feature wins last year's defending champion, so he is the car to reckon with. He's got a huge points lead in this division right now. Nico Hansen gets by the 54 of Tim Moore. See if he can hold some ground now on Tommy Bailey. Halfway flags are in the air. It's Bailey at the line in the 44, the 27 of Nico Hansen. 54 of Tim Moore, the 20 of Cody Sagar, 87 of Steve Henniger, and the 12 of Caleb Severin.
Things have strung out just a little bit in this qualifying heat. Bailey out in front by a full straightaway over Nico Hansen. Hansen's taken over that second spot, has gapped a little bit. But Tommy Bailey is more than a full second a lap faster than anyone else in the field right now.
Bailey in the 44, the 27 of Hansen. 54 of Tim Moore, the 20 of Cody Sager, 87 of Steve Henniger going over to pit side.
Wow, look at Bailey.
Water?
Almost a half a track lead as the white flag flies. Beautiful looking 44 machine. We got a side-by-side battle deeper in the field. They'll come across the stripe to take the white flag. Caleb Severin battling with Cody Sager, but checkered flag flies. Tommy Bailey leaves no doubt and takes that win.
So that wraps up qualifying for the Bills Johns Comp 4s, and I believe we're going to see the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pintys for their first of 3 qualifying heats here tonight. As I mentioned off the top of the evening, the Action Sprint Tour points lead held by Jacob Dykstra, who took a vicious flip last night with the 360 Sprint Car Division at Brighton Speedway. He is here tonight, though, and he holds a slim margin. Boy, that's the tiniest number I have ever seen on a website. 6 points or 6 points, obviously, if you do the math.
They're not that small.
No, the one next to the big ones. That decimal.
Oh. I thought that was a decimal.
He holds a 6-point lead over Matthew Barjay. So West versus the East in this. That's pretty cool how that's shaking out.
So exciting. I mean, there's such a natural rivalry between Ontario and Quebec that anytime we can build something like this, it's going to be very exciting. The fact that he's the only Quebec driver is even more impressive because our field of crate sprint car racers are tough to contend with.
Yeah, that they are a very difficult division to gain a massive advantage compared to other divisions with these crate motors and put on fantastic racing. But somehow Jacob Dykstra has been kind of that man that's been the most consistent. But another guy that I think tonight we're going to have to keep our eyes on, that 12 double D of Darren Dryden, who's been so good this year at Brighton Speedway, except for a couple of nights of misfortune. He could have been the champion last night, but he's another guy that we need to watch here coming into this evening.
Darren Dryden has illustrated for us this year what it takes to be a champion because he didn't have it. This year, he was so fast he could win on almost any given night. But to win a championship in a traditional format like we run, which is no chase, nothing gimmicky, you have to have consistency. And when things don't go your way and you've got a 10th place car, you've got to make sure you finish 10th. And you know who used that line, who uses that analogy, Greg? Your favorite race car driver. Terry Labonte always said, if you're given a fifth-place car, you better finish fifth.
Yep.
You know you're not going to finish third, but make sure you don't finish seventh.
Exactly. Don't overdrive that car to the point where you're 25th.
Just remember, I did something nice for you. I talked about Terry Labonte.
Look
It's
at
not
that.
going to happen again.
It's probably why you only had 22 wins.
22. Which
Still impressive. But
It's still fascinating. 2 championships 10 years apart. 84 and 9. Those
no,
were the
it's
only
12
two.
years apart.
Was it 12 years?
96, yeah.
And 22 wins. So 2 championship years, you generally win a few races.
Yep.
3-5 races. He was one of those drivers, kind of like Ricky Rudd, could win anywhere if conditions were right.
Yeah, the year he won the title, 2 wins on that year. Jeff Gordon had 10, but Terry had something like 10 second-place finishes that year. So that goes to your point, that consistency. It doesn't always mean getting the checkered flag. It's just being there and in the best spot you can be. And often nights with these crate sprint cars, that's exactly what you need to do is have what you have and being content with that. But we've got drivers in this division that aren't, and they like to get wild and crazy. We may see some of that tonight.
Lucas Smith made 3 moves last night that shocked me.
Yeah.
For someone trying to protect a points lead, he put that car in a few places. It was breathtaking to watch what he did.
So starting lineup for heat race number 1, going from the pole will be that 85C. That's Cam McKinnon. He's from Ridgeway, Ontario. And alongside him out of Oshweekend, the 77E, that will be Ashton Van Every. Starting from position number 3, driving the 3S machine out of Mosley, that's Austin Rose. And joining him along the outside in the 00 from Brockville, Ryan Poole. Ryan Poole goes 4th. Jacob Dykstra, the point leader in the 5D. He's from Port Colborne. He'll start in the 5th spot, while Alan Downey will start to his outside in the 19D. He's from Waterloo. And then Darren Dryden in the 12 double D. He'll start in the tail of this one, spot number 7 for Darren Dryden. And Darren Freelton. I want to make sure I got that right. Freelton. I know he's around the Waterdown area, but
the final 3 starters in this qualifying heat are 3 of the elite drivers in the Action Sprint Tour. Jacob Dykstra, Alan Downey, Darren Dryden. The 4 drivers in front of them are no slouches either.
ready to turn it up. The crate sprint cars on the track first. The Action Sprint Tour presented by Pintys. Heat race number 1 ready to go.
Good even start. McKinnon on the inside. Van Every up high, and is Van Every going to launch out to the lead down into turn number 3, and boy, did he sail it into the corner. Sticks it. He'll continue to lead the way.
Ryan Poole works his way around Cam McKinnon. Now he'll set his sights on the leader, Ashton Van Every, as they work down the backstretch. The 00 looking. He'll get that car a little sideways in 3, and Van Every will continue to lead at the line.
Fantastic battle for third as Austin Rose comes right across the nose of McKinnon. And those 3 hot shoes I talked about, Greg, they're still in the last 3 spots.
Yeah, not able to make up a lot of ground. Here they come 3 wide off of corner number 4. Downey to the bottom. Dykstra was in the middle all the while. Ryan Poole challenging for the lead. They make a little bit of a contact there on the backstretch.
Van Every carrying a lot of speed. Poole coming off the corner a little bit quicker. Van Every going in and to the center of the turn a little bit faster. Wheel to wheel, they race down the back straightaway towards turn number 3.
Ryan Poole assumes the lead off of corner 4. He'll lead them across the line with a yellow flag coming out. We've got Cam McKinnon around up in corner number 2 and into the infield. So Cam McKinnon will put us under the caution flag here in heat race number 1. Clinton Jeffrey getting on the scene there.
Yeah, just got turned around here, guys. Should be a quick shove off and send them back rolling. And the push truck en route already. What some wild action we had out there between Downey and Dykstra. Jacob looking for any way around, kind of pinned in the back, and Allen just drove it to the bottom. And what a great run by Ryan Poole as well, guys.
Absolutely, that 00 machine out in front, an Eastern Ontario racer. When they go back to the last completed lap, I'm not sure if it'll be Dykstra or Downey. It looks like Dykstra will have that spot. And these cars, you can see, they don't have the power to really you know, when we watch the 360s, as soon as they enter the corner, the back end comes around and they power through the turns. These cars, they can't whip them around quite as quick, so they kind of have to steer them into the turn, let the wing catch them, and then the monstrous stagger in that big right rear tire. White flag is out. Brett Meinecker, he's the pylon tonight. He's wearing an orange shirt. Don't go to a bullfight wearing red, Brett.
Now, Ryan Poole in that 00. Similar situation to Mike Bowman, who's got a lot of experience in dirt modified. So able to translate that well to the crate sprints, as we've seen Mike Bowman do, obviously, this year.
Look at that gap Jacob Dykstra's leaving right there. That's opportunity. He's going to time that start if he can and just get that little bit of extra run on Austin Rose.
Back under the green flag, Austin Rose tucks in behind the 00 of Ryan Poole. They head into quarter number 3. It's all Ashton Van Every over Poole. Rose, here comes Dykstra digging on the bottom of the 3S.
Rose actually cut a great 3 and 4 there. He makes a move to the inside of Ryan Poole. Has to check up just a little bit. Van Every still doing a great job out in front, and that's 77. There's 2 laps to go.
Great side-by-side battle for the 3rd spot. Dykstra down to the inside of Rose. Closes in on the top 2. He'll slip ahead of the 3S, but here comes Austin Rose back around the outside.
Oh, that was a move by Jacob Dykstra.
White flag up in the air, and here's the battle for the lead. 3 cars after it. Van Every has it. Here's Poole behind him. The point leader, Jacob Dykstra, trying to get them both.
Poole didn't adjust his line. He wasn't afraid of Dykstra. Van Every for the win. Poole in second. Dykstra, Rose, Downey, Darren Dryden, and McKinnon. That's how it'll finish.
That's great for Ashton Van Every. Impressive run there, holding off the drivers he did. Good job by the driver of the 77E.
Maybe we should take a moment, guys, and talk about the difference between a crate sprint and the 360s. We have both groups here tonight. The chassis, the wings, the tires are absolutely identical. The big difference is under the hood. These crate motors would run, crate sprints run the same engines that the Thunderstocks would here, a 602 crate, and it's been adapted for sprint car racing. They'll put a spud on the back of the camshaft to help drive the fuel pump, and that's pretty much the only difference. So these guys are running about a $10,000 to $15,000 engine package compared to the 360s. The Steyer's motor, for example, only $70,000 US for the engine in the 0 car tonight, guys.
It's hard to imagine the same engine is powering these sprint cars that powers the Thunderstocks.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, and when he said it that way, it's impressive.
Let's look at differences. Okay, these have 4-barrel carburetors. The Thunderstocks will have 2. Thunderstocks will be on regular gas. These are on methanol, so those are a few power adding things you can do as well. No starters on these, so that's a bit of extra weight off them. No battery, no clutch. The transmission's a lot different, and they're actually half the weight. A Thunderstock has to weigh 3,000 pounds. These guys are like 14. I think it's 1575 is the rule here with the drivers in the crates right now. For the crates, the 360s are 100 pounds lighter because their engines are actually lighter, so we give them an extra 100 pounds weight to work with.
I want to say hi to Dave and the gang watching in Arizona tonight here on GeForce TV. They're cheering on the Iceman, Johnny Miller, and I'll tell you what, Dave and gang, he's up in this qualifying heat, so get ready. He did a nice job last night in the 360 sprints as our tow truck pushes our push truck. Will the push truck then push a sprint car? Is that how we're going to do that?
Hey, whatever works. Teamwork makes the dream work. So Johnny Miller's out here in this one. I thought he was committed to 360 racing now, but I guess he's doing a little of both.
Well, guys, if I understand correctly, Johnny is in the points here in the Action Sprint Tour. So although he did just get the call up to the 360 car for the GSR team, Johnny Miller is elected to continue to grab points here tonight and this weekend in his crate car. And he'll make his shot in the 360s in the coming weeks.
Yeah, he comes in 10th in the overall standings, so looking for that top 10 finish or at least advance it as well. Like he's not too far back from moving quite a ways up, and there's still a handful of races left to go. So Johnny Miller could definitely improve on this season, and if you're in the top 10 at this point, why not continue on? So great to see the Iceman, Johnny Miller, back here tonight. Here's how they'll line up for heat race number 2 going on. From the pole will be the 16R Seth Roy out of Port Colborne, Ontario. And his outside will be the 88 of Lance Erskine. Lance Erskine from Brantford. Inside of row number 2, that's going to be Adam Turner, if I'm not mistaken, from Cherry Valley in the 33 tonight. Has Adam ever run a crate sprint? I can't recall a time that he has.
I'm not sure, but if he has, I'm sure he's been black flagged.
Triple duty tonight. That's wild, guys.
Triple duty.
I want to start picking on Adam Turner before the night even begins. We need to set the tone.
Tyler Paulus, he'll line up in the 4th spot. He's from Oshwegan in the 77T. And then going from the 5th position, now he's someone that's kind of a hometown favorite, Jonah Mutton from right here in Brighton. We've seen him up our way a lot this year. Been very super impressive. He lines up in the 5th spot. And then that's where we find the Iceman, Johnny Miller from Six Nations in car number 20. And then the 50 LS of Adrian Staley out of Kitchener will start in 7th.
Yeah, to my knowledge, Adam Turner running 3 divisions this weekend.
Yeah, Thunderstocks, late models, and the crate sprints. So, busy weekend for Adam Turner.
Adam did turn a few hot laps here last week in that car. We were trying to find out if his wife actually allowed him to buy it or if he was just going to be the pilot here tonight, and I think he's just the pilot here tonight.
To this day, I'm still disagreeing with Mark Rinaldi on the call they made to Adam Turner last time I was here. So, I was outnumbered in that debate. Shocking, I know.
Shocking. Because I know Doug Leonard listens to you a lot as well and takes your advice.
Something like that. Seth Roy on the inside. Lance Erskine up high. The white flag going to be displayed one more time around. We'll set them loose.
Now got a lot of angles here on their wings. Look at this Seth Roy car, almost perfectly flat like they rolled it out of the trailer, and right beside him, Erskine's got it jacked up a bunch. That is one adjustment they'll make on these wings before they get rolling, is that pitch. They can move them forward or backward with the hydraulics, but the pitch is something they have to set and forget.
Seth Roy's wing almost looks like a mistake.
Yeah, we'll see how it handles for him as Erskine goes around the outside into corner number 1. Erskine and Roy 1 and 2. Paulus and the Iceman, Johnny Miller, riding back there in 4th.
A couple of drivers that are familiar with each other, Jonah Mutton and Adam Turner battling side by side. A little deeper in this field, but out in front, Lance Erskine's taking the lead and is driving away.
Yeah, Lance Erskine with a good, solid performance last night at Oshwegan. Good to see it. Oh, close call there. Paulus and Johnny Miller bang wheels off at corner 4.
Johnny Miller regrouping there in 1 and 2. Seth Roy, he's got a few car lengths advantage over Tyler Paulus. Now here comes Johnny Miller again to look to the inside. Miller with that rear brake rotor glowing red.
Yeah, he does. Cross flags up in the air, 4 in, 4 to go for Erskine over Roy. That battle for 3rd, a great one between Miller and Paulus. Miller on the bottom. Paulus will ring it around the high side in 1 and 2. Miller gets a good launch off the 2nd corner. What line will he choose down in 3? Well, he settles back in there, loses a bit of ground to Paulus.
Yeah, Miller came off of turn 2, let the car swing wide. I think that was a great choice. Regrouping to try to take another run on that 3rd place driver. Lance Erskine as well with that brake rotor glowing red in that 88 machine.
Roy in 2nd. Miller now right back on the tail tank of Paulus as they head back down into corners 1 and 2. Off the banking, they run down the backstretch with Paulus ahead of Miller. White flag out for leader Erskine.
Oh, Paulus gets a little loose in turn 4. Miller closes in too quickly. Final lap down the backstretch. You can really see that brake rotor glowing red on the Lance Erskine machine.
What a weekend it's been. Lance Erskine picks up the heat race win. 2nd across the line, Roy. And for the 3rd spot, I think it was Johnny Miller picking it up.
Johnny Miller by 1/100th of a second over Tyler Paulus.
Made the move when it counted the most and gets the 3rd spot over Paulus. Then it's Jonah Mutton in 5th, Adrian Staley 6th, and Adam Turner in the 7th spot with 1 qualifier left to go for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pintys.
Can you think of a more mild-mannered race car driver than Johnny Miller?
I can't think of a more mild-mannered person than Johnny Miller.
Just very low-key, but it doesn't come across as meek. He doesn't strut. He's just got a mindset that you would love to have. for a race car driver, someone who takes things calmly.
Sometimes calm can come across as being almost arrogant, but he's not that either. He's just calm, cool.
That's why he's the Iceman.
That's why he's the Iceman, exactly. An impressive run there.
Here we're having a look at Johnny Miller as he gets the gear undone.
What a heat race win, though, for Lance Erskine. Great night last night, and a heat race win tonight.
Clint, reach right in there. Let's chat with Johnny about his debut last night in the 360. Are you able to do that? Maybe not.
We are.
Okay.
Johnny, you got the call up to the 360 last night. How'd that go, man? Obviously getting points here in the crates, but you're getting your shot, bud.
Yeah, 360, I was a little bit nervous just because it was so much more horsepower. But at the end of the night, I got comfortable with the car and felt nice. So that was a successful night yesterday.
Feeling good, John. Been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, right?
Yeah, I've been waiting for over 3-4 years since been asked to drive the 360. So long time's coming, and yeah, it's only up from here.
Good luck, Johnny Miller, the Iceman, guys. Going to get ready for a big opportunity coming up shortly.
He's one of the guys you'll cheer for, right? You'll quietly root for him for good things to happen. And
I thought you were done. But
they've raised a good young man.
Yeah, they have. Definitely have, and appreciative. We talked about this at the end of the broadcast last night, just the sportsmanship between drivers, but there's a lot of young drivers that are very appreciative of the positions they're in, just like Johnny Miller as well. And you like to see that because you don't want to see someone walk in and think that, well, I'm better than the car and the owner and the team, and you need those drivers, I think, for the sport, but at the same time, it's nice to see the appreciative drivers like Johnny Miller.
Absolutely. He rolls over the scales. Everyone's done with their post-qualifying tech. It's just away and move on. And we've got one more heat race, Greg. You're just itching to give this starting lineup.
Yeah, Dan Deo is going to start on the pole in the 115. To the outside of him will be Dale Curran from Bowmanville, the 31 that we saw him for the first time last night here in 2022. Inside row number 2 and car number 28 out of Oshwegan, that's Jordan Hill. And his outside, who we got here?
Bardier.
All right, Matthew Bardier. See, I'm not used to seeing 219s on a regular sprint car night, but Matthew Bardier, second place in points coming into tonight. He's from Pierreville, Quebec in the 19 machine. Going from the 5th spot, 4-barrel Daryl Peltier in the 4B machine. Daryl from Port Perry, so a quicker trip for him tonight to race, definitely. And Brian Nanico out of Oshwegan in car number 9C will start in the 6th and final spot.
Who is Dan Deo? 115, which is a pretty familiar number in Eastern Ontario.
I got to get this straight before I say it. I think I know. I think I should know.
Speculate. Just guess.
No, I can't.
If you sound confident,
well,
I'll
April
buy it.
Wilson married, I believe it's Dan Deo. Yes. April Wilson's husband. There. I just wanted to make sure before I said it, before I accused any wrong marriages taking place, but that is April Wilson's husband.
What is the significance then of the 115?
I don't know, because it makes me think of Stéphane Lafrance and Kenny Tremont, who were two of my favorite drivers growing up, but I'm not sure on the 115. Maybe he liked both those drivers.
Well, April always ran 15.
True, yeah. Here we go, green flag, final qualifier for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pintys. Dale Curran around the outside brings Ryan Fraser with him.
Deo was a little tentative getting down into turn number 1. He recovered nicely, but he loses a couple of spots. He'll try to settle in just ahead of Peltier and Nanico.
Yeah, Bardier in that white machine. He had the black car earlier on, and I'll tell you from a distance, I thought that was Ryan Fraser, but that is Bardier out in front. Second place in points coming into tonight. It's been one of those weekends, Adam.
It's all good. We're all tired, Greg. We already warned people. Tonight was going to be a night of epic adventure. Dale Curran up over the cushion there in 3 and 4. Didn't like the angle he came off the corner with, but he was able to gather it in and still hold a pretty solid head of steam out there.
Cross flags up in the air for Bardier. Over Dale Curran, then it's Hill and Pelche going at it for the third spot. Pelche trying to find room down to the inside of corner number 1. Close call, good racing down there between Hill and Pelche.
Dale Curran keeps, man, oh man. Watch him go into 3, and the car comes up. He doesn't lift. But he's flirting with a meeting with the turn 4 wall. Okay, that time it handled it better.
2 laps left to go as Pelche this time goes around the outside of Jordan Hill, takes the third spot.
Curran is closing in on Bardier, but he's got a long way to go. Now he's got that 3 and 4 handled, pitching the car a little bit harder down into the turn. Bardier out in front, though. I don't think there's going to be time.
No, he'll come through 3 and 4 for the final time. The checkered flag. Bardier will pick up the win over Dale Curran. Then it's Darrell Pelche. 3rd, 4th goes to Jordan Hill. 5th across the line is Brian Anacoke, and 6th will be Dan Deo. So that will complete qualifying for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pintys, as Matthew Bardier picks up the heat race win over Dale Curran and Darrell Peltier.
Up next, we've got a couple of heats for the late models. The Premier Division here at Brighton Speedway on a weekly basis. Lots of different feature winners. Last time I was here, Greg, Charlie Sandercock finished 7th.
Steve Baldwin win that night?
No, Mowat did.
Brandon Mowat did
Brandon
that
Mowat.
night.
Okay.
Mowat won that night. And the reason I say that, Sandercock with a healthy car, 7th was the best he could muster.
A lot of parity here.
And did he ever take a ribbing from his better half afterwards? She expects more.
You got to do that.
Well, that's what
Love
Angie
it.
says about you, though. So
I give her more. Pound for pound, I am much more than she married.
Vanderland Building Product, late model division on the racetrack now for the first qualifier here this evening. Starting on the front row, the 5 car of Steve Baldwin. Outside Baldwin will be the 11 of Kyle Sopaz. Row number 2, the 33 car of David Vandertoorn. Outside Vandertoorn is the 46 of Brandon Mowat. Going off on the 3rd row, making another trip here to Brighton Speedway tonight, the 25 of Greg Bellier. Outside Bellier is the 79 of Ryan Boudre. And starting on the 4th row, the 55, normally driven by Bradley Rayner. Tonight, the pilot is father of Mark Rayner. Mark, no stranger to this track.
There you
Used
go.
to be several-time track champion here, driving the 55 car as well.
I thought Greg Bellier retired.
that's what I was just going to ask. I thought he'd sold everything, and
It's hard to miss someone when they won't go away.
Surprise, I'm back tonight.
It's hard to miss someone who's taller than you.
And he's a fantastic person. He's done a lot of great things for racing, and
Adam's
just a
talking
super
about
guy.
himself now. Here we go. Late models powered under the green flag down the front stretch. It's Baldwin out in front of her Vandertoorn as they head off down the back stretch.
Baldwin takes that advantage into 3 and 4. Vandertoorn cuts a nice corner there, and he'll pull away from that side-by-side battle for 3rd. Mowat down low, Kyle Sopaz up high.
Baldwin off of corner number 4 will continue to lead over Vandertoorn. Here comes Mowat side by side with Sopaz in the 11 as they work it through 1 and 2. Mowat's got the advantage off the second corner down the back stretch.
They're closing in a little bit on Vandertoorn in that 2nd spot, so we'll have a 3-car battle for the runner-up position, but out in front, Baldwin driving away with this one.
Yeah, it's all Steve Baldwin, and he's a guy that can get it done on any single night here at Brighton Speedway. Oh, so competitive. Halfway home in this one over Vandertoorn. Then it's Mowat, Sopaz, Mark Rayner, Bellier, and the 79 of Baudry.
Look at what these late models do to cure the racetrack. They even see the racetrack widening out as these cars sling themselves around the corners.
So it's Baldwin halfway down the back stretch. He's got a good size advantage right now over Vandertoorn. There'll be 2 laps to go as he goes under the starter stand.
Looked like Mowat was going to catch right up to Vandertorm, but then the 33 machine started turning some pretty good laps out there, fending off those challenges, but nobody's got anything for Steve Baldwin in this one.
Final time down the back stretch. He'll head through 3 and 4 and work it off the corner to the checkered flag. Steve Baldwin picks up the win. Vandertorn will get second over Mowat. Then it'll be Sopaz across the line over Rayner, Beaudry, and Bellier. So that's the running order in heat race number 1 for the late models.
Steve Baldwin gets out front in that 5 car. He is very hard to catch, very hard to beat.
Gives a wave to the crowd down the front stretch. Well, we've got late models on the track. You saw that accident that Nick Hoffman was in with his hauler and his family in the Midwest heading to a race. So apparently he's doing well, but he was in intensive care. Nasty accident with their toter home. His dad has broken vertebrae on the go, but it seems like Nick Hoffman got the worst of it with an ugly head injury, but they say he is trending in the right direction, so that's great to hear. But from all of us at G-Force TV, our thoughts are with that family, as we hate seeing that.
Yeah, it's shocking to hear, and really with the amount of miles the race teams travel all across North America, you're surprised you don't hear more incidents like that. And then when it does happen, it hits close to home because, it's one huge family. It really is. A nation even.
Yeah.
Tim's got the starting lineup for heat race number 2.
Starting on the front row, the 311 of Sam Panaccio. Outside Panaccio, the 21 of Rich Sanders. Row number 2, the 87 of Andrew Hennessy. Outside Hennessy is the 01 of Eli Mayhew. And on the third row, the 92 of Adam Turner. Outside Turner, the 57 of Charlie Sandercock.
Close quarters down into 1 and 2. Out in front, Panaccio leads the way with Hennessy to the inside of Sanders for second.
Hennessy will clear Sanders. Next on deck is Turner looking to the inside as they go down to corner number 1. Here comes Sandercock as well. Man, every car in this heat could win a feature.
But trouble for Sanders. He goes around in turn number 3. Eli Mayhew pitches that car sideways to avoid. And even though a couple of cars were involved in that with a little bit of contact, let's have a look at this replay down into turn number 3, and Sanders just got it a little bit loose going in. Sandercock with some good reflexes there to avoid it. And Eli Mayhew as well, a good decision to spin that car sideways rather than take on that tractor tire.
2 weeks ago, Andrew Hennessy and Charlie Sandercock had great weekends at Humberstone and Ohsweken. They have great runs here, but they can't seem to find victory lane on a ongoing basis here. Like years ago, it used to be Andrew Hennessy, Charlie Sandercock, but now, as you said, it's any driver in this class is on a given night put that car in victory lane. So
when you have great racers like that, Sandercock and Hennessy are the reason other drivers at the track get better and better because they're so very good. So when they go to other tracks, Brighton is very well represented whenever there are races anywhere because their drivers have a tough track to race on and tough competitors. So anywhere else you go, you're well prepared for the battle ahead.
Sam Panaccio, the race leader, he'll get to fire first when they hit the orange cones in 3 and 4. He has chosen the high groove on this restart. Going to put Hennessy down below beside him. And it's green and go. Panaccio on it right off the hop. Charlie Sandercock gets that jump from the second row. Gets ahead of Andrew Hennessy. Going to take over second spot. So Sam Panaccio, Charlie Sandercock, Andrew Hennessy, Adam Turner, Sanders and Mayhew battling it out for the 5th spot.
Panaccio continues to hold the lead. Sandercock able to get the nose to the inside of the 311, but not really to carry that speed through the way he'd like to halfway through this qualifying heat.
Sandercock had a look down to the inside of the 311 as they roll through 3 and 4. Off the corner they come. Panaccio, your leader. Sandercock is right there, almost under the back panels there of the 311.
He'll take another swing into 3 and 4. Panaccio's driving that car hard. Sandercock smooth and steady on the bottom. Side by side, it makes for a phenomenal battle around the racetrack with Andrew Hennessy closing in as well. There might have been a little bit of contact there on the backstretch.
White flag is out. Charlie Sandercock, the new race leader. Panaccio in second. Andrew Hennessy third. Turner in the fourth spot. Panaccio is going to look to the outside to see if there's any real estate to grab outside. And it's going to be a battle through 3 and 4. Sandercock's going to hold off, pick up the qualifying win with Sam Panaccio in the 311 is second. Andrew Hennessy in third. Adam Turner brings it home fourth, and Eli Mayhew in the 0-1 rounding up the top 5. Always great to see a battle like that in the last couple laps side by side.
That was good racing.
So that concludes qualifying for the late model division. Up next, Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars. 3 qualifying heats for them tonight. 18 cars in attendance here. So as they get pushed out on the racetrack, we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV and be back with the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV. Back live at Brighton Speedway on night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic here on G-Force TV. I'm Greg Kelman, with me Adam Ross and Tim Whitehead here in the tower. Clinton Jeffrey down in the infield as we get ready for 3 qualifying heats for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars. All drivers on the racetrack ready to get pushed off. And while we were off air there, Adam, you were talking about the youth in this qualifying heat, and we saw some of it at work last night. What a race we saw.
Fantastic feature event at Schweigen Speedway last night. Last lap pass. You can't ask for much more than that.
A lot of bold moves last night that we saw amongst some of the younger drivers, and I'm sure we'll see it again here tonight. Here's how they'll line up for heat race number 1, going from the pole. Out of Beamsville in the 88H, that'll be Josh Hansen. To his outside from St. Pete, Quebec. In the 3G, it's Dale Goslin. Starting in the 3rd spot from Dunnville. In car number 15, last night's winner, that's Ryan Turner. And alongside him from Beachville. In car number 5, DJ Christie. Starting in the 5th position from Ohsweken, car number 68, Aaron Turkey. Came up 1 spot short last night. And the other guy that was on the podium last night, also in this qualifying heat, car number 45 from Mount Bridges. That is Tricky Nick Sheridan. Great shot there. on the backstretch.
6 cars make up this qualifying heat. Josh Hansen, he's seen victory lane this year in the 88 machine. Gosselin in the 3. This is sort of the halfway point for a driver from Quebec for the 360 shows that are run in Ontario. Which is one of the fun things about Brighton. And to me, makes Applefest one of the premier events in racing in Ontario on the calendar. The fact that there's so many divisions that converge on this racetrack that don't race here on a regular basis, but they come out for one weekend of fantastic racing and shivering.
Yeah, make sure you're here for that. Dress warmly. Who knows? It could be.
It could be 80 degrees.
Could be 80 degrees. We've seen that as well, and that's September 23rd, 24th here, Brighton Speedway Applefest weekend. Here we go, the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Cars Heat Race number 1. Josh Hansen jumps out to the early lead. Gosselin there in the second spot. DJ Christie lined up behind him. He's looking racy. You can tell he could have made a couple of moves there.
Yeah, he was sizing things up there in the third spot. And as he sized it, Nick Sheridan, less thinking, more charging for the 45 of Sheridan. Advances from that last place starting spot to move up and battle for second.
It's a wild ride when you get up to corner 4 here tonight. A little bit of chunk up there, I think, and it's given some of the drivers a handful when they get a little too high off of 4. It's Josh Hansen out in front. Oh, DJ Christie hard into the wall up in corner number 4.
I think he scrubbed off enough speed, Greg, that hopefully he didn't do a lot of damage to that race car. It's possible they could just push him off because most of the hit was to the right rear. If he were to slide up front end first, it would have knocked the front end right out of the car. Yeah, it looks like they're calling for a push. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene. Let's have a look at the replay, though. You'll see him come in on the right-hand side. Ooh.
Well, guys, the issue down here is right there. The side crash bar's all pushed in on DJ Christie, but other than that, it appears to be all right. Everything else looks good. Might have rubbed up on the headers a little bit, but that's something they can race with, guys. So if there's nothing else wrong with it, Christie asked for the shove off, and away we go.
And the headers weren't, it didn't look like they were pinched off there, Clint.
No, it looked like they might have just touched the tire, but other than that, it is gnarly out here, guys. I can show you some of the track here. We do have a heck of a curve going on. And these chunks are going to play into havoc for these guys tonight. I'm sure the 360s will smooth it off a bit more, but we'll watch and see.
Well, that curb, that cushion would have helped DJ Christie, but he overshot turn 3. Like he missed his opportunity to get it when he sent the car in as hard as he did.
You know, the aggression we're seeing here at Brighton tonight is astounding. Like these guys are up on the wheel tonight.
You know, we spent a couple of years traveling pandemic races. This year we go back to Ohsweken where you have to be smooth and you carry a ton of speed. You still want to be smooth at tracks like this, but do you think, Clint, it gives them a sense of security? That Brighton is not a huge speed track. Is this a place where you might take more chances?
I think it's tighter. To me, it's way more treacherous than Ohsweken. Ohsweken may be longer and wider and faster, but here, man, it is tight quarters. And you watch a guy like Nick Sheridan throw it in the inside of these guys, even the moves Dykstra was trying to make earlier. It's exciting, even for us guys who have seen it all. The racing here has me on my toes tonight, that's for sure.
The room for error here is a lot narrower than it is Ohsweken. We've got a lot of runoff space off the corners.
Yeah, it's probably the best way to put it, Greg, is, you know, you have a lot more room in Ohsweken. Maybe they feel safer. I don't know. To me, I think you hit the nail right on the head. The margin for error is a lot tighter here.
And there's a lot of bite in this racetrack tonight. We've seen a lot of
spark burst coming out the back of Ryan Turner.
Now, guys, that makes me wonder, because we do see those sparks, but I don't think you'd see that much at this point in time. You know, Aaron Turkey last night, after almost winning the 360 Future Ohsweken, he pulled through our scale house, he put on the brakes, and the brake rotor shattered. He rolled right through and over the scales. They were not too happy with Aaron, but crazy to think that the brake rotor broke as soon as he was rolling into the pit shack.
That is wild.
And then
Turkey's
it came over the radio saying, well, he drove right over the scales. and he cycled back before he went anywhere, so he was able to keep his spot. But yeah, keep your eye on that 15. They got the brakes just a-glowing.
There's sparks coming off of Turkey's car as well.
Yeah. Here they go back to the green flag. Single file past the cone is Josh Hansen, Dale Goslin, and tricky Nick Sheridan as they head down to the corner. Sparks are flying from the 4th and 5th place cars.
Out in front. Whoa, Goslin. Holy moly. I didn't think there was a chance he'd make that corner.
He is on it here tonight, as are all the drivers. Wow, the intensity, as Clinton mentioned, is up here tonight. It's all Josh Hansen out in front. Goslin riding that rim through corner number 4. Sheridan right out to the wall.
I got to tell you, it's taking my breath away watching Goslin drive that thing down into turn number 3. Hats off to him as he's making it work, and he's making it work a little bit better with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, he's closing ground on Josh Hansen. He's really finding the fast way. And that number 3, the driver to St. Pete, Quebec, trying to reel in Josh Hansen coming to the white flag.
He'll work the outside. I don't know if there's much to work with. Closing in on Hansen into 1 and 2. Let's see what kind of run he gets down the back straightaway.
Down they go into 3 and 4 for the final time. Go to the checkered flag. Josh Hansen's going to hold on for the win as Goslin will cross the line in second. That is Sheridan, Turkey, Turner, and DJ Christie completing the running order.
I've watched a lot of sprint car races in a lot of places, but there's something about this track tonight that's just spectacular to watch these drivers and what they're doing.
Mid 12-second laps right now. 12.582 by Nick Sheridan was the fastest. Wow. Yeah, I've been here, well, literally for decades, a couple of decades calling sprint car races here at Brighton Speedway, and I can't remember the intensity being this high and the speeds this high. My goodness.
Clinton Jeffrey down on the scales. He'll capture Josh Hansen, roll up. 1,590 pounds. For the Julie Swayze Remax sponsored number 88, Jeff Durnan going to go up and push him off the other side of the scales to make room for Nick Sheridan.
Sheridan up on the scales. Podium finished last night. His first full season in the 360 sprints.
Prior to last night, when was the last time we had wrecked race cars?
That bad?
Hardly at all.
Hardly at all. We did have a few rollovers, like kind of flop overs, but not.
Those were crashes last night.
Those were ones where cars may never return to racing action again.
Yeah, their underwear might not either.
And that's why we're sponsored by Mighty Wipes, folks.
The Joyceville Jet. There's not many race car drivers that'll help sell tickets. But when you know Rick Wilson's coming to town, that's reason to go to the racetrack.
The rivalry he and Glenn Stiers had for a number of years here with the Southern Ontario Sprints, just it was the talk every time we came into town, and so exciting. Joyceville Jet is a lot of fun to watch. And I remember as a young announcer interviewing him for the first time. Boy,
he's the John Force of dirt
He really
racing.
is, yeah.
Just
intimidating.
Intent, and such a nice guy, though.
Yep. I've seen Rick upset, though. and
that's not pretty.
That's not pretty. I saw him take the end of a bad call down in the States once, and he had the right to be upset. And so that intimidated me more. But, yeah, he's a super great guy, the whole Wilson family. Just so great over the years to watch.
Give us the starting grid, Greg Callan.
So the Joyceville Jet lines up on the pole in the 42W. That's Rick Wilson. To his outside from St. Catharines, Kevin Pauls in the 46. To the inside, row number 2 out of Brantford, it's downtown. Mitch Brown, one Knights of Thunder win this year. Back at Humberstone Speedway. And from Scotland, Ontario, the 87X, that'll be Sean Evans. From Picton, Ontario, the 11J, Chris Jones goes off 5th. And from Binbrook, 3 wins so far this year on the season, all at Brighton Speedway. Car number 9, Liam Martin. The live wire is what we're calling Liam. Talked to Steve Lyons last week, who's a part owner in this team with Dan Anacoke, and he's like, well, we need a nickname for Liam Martin. I said, it's easy, live wire. He does some things that are just absolutely shocking. I said, lightning fits, but we got Lightning Larry White already. Liam Martin is definitely a live wire. Some of the moves he makes, the bold moves.
Mm-hmm. We couldn't go with the shocker?
No, sorry. That's your nickname. Nightly.
The T-shirts alone would have been fabulous.
Yeah, I bet. Here we go, 8 laps of distance. Rick Wilson on the pole will power away down the front stretch.
That was a bit of an ugly start by Wilson. We'll see if the officials let that go. We got one around. Chris Jones in 1 and 2.
Back under the caution flag. So we'll get Chris Jones a push off there. That's quite the set of eyes on that toter home there, isn't it, Adam? They're looking right at us.
But they're following you.
I know.
No matter where you go, they're looking.
Whose hauler is that? That's right next to Charlie's hauler. So is that Andrews? Oh, Pinaccio's. Okay.
I actually wasn't convinced it was eyeballs.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Those are Minion eyes, aren't they? And he's had them on the car. There you go. I have children that still watch stuff like that at that age. Do you know who the Minions are?
I heard you, Adam, but we're not playing that game tonight.
I missed it. Sorry. Probably a good thing.
Listen, Clint, I don't get in trouble with the things I say. I get in trouble with the reactions you make to the things I say. All in good fun.
You may have to fill Greg in on the joke, but don't whisper it over the microphone.
Send it via Morse code with your water bottle, okay?
Yeah, no problem. So Kevin Pauls, let's see if he keeps on the outside of the front row. You've got to keep your front tire ahead of the car on the inside, just like he's doing right now. And you can't let the inside driver get ahead or you stand no chance. Good job by Paul so far, keeping Rick Wilson held down. And that's about as good as you're going to get against a savvy veteran like Wilson.
Mitch Brown quick to the second spot. Paul's back to the third position. Paul's had a really good, solid run last night. Heat race win and keeping pace with the field. He's really improving. And here he is running third with Chris Jones on his rear end and going to the inside.
Up ahead, Mitch Brown trying to close in on Rick Wilson. They work down through 3 and 4. Both drivers using that outside groove.
The Joyceville jet we are used to seeing here at Brighton Speedway sails it down the back stretch. Works it around the outside off of corner number 4. 5 laps left to go.
Battle for third sees Chris Jones in the 11 with Liam Martin in the 9 giving chase. Martin looks to the inside, can't get the grip he needs. We're already halfway through this qualifying heat.
Rick Wilson used as much real estate as he could off of corner number 4. Continues to lead over downtown. Mitch Brown. Chris Jones in that third spot. Here comes the live wire right behind him. Liam Martin into corner 3. Dives down to the inside. Shuts the door off of 4.
That was an awkward slide job by Liam Martin, but it got the job done, and he'll draw away from Chris Jones with 2 laps to go.
It's all Rick Wilson out in front over Mitch Brown. Liam Martin now pulling away from Chris Jones in the 4th spot. Kevin Pauls, Sean Evans continuing to go at it as the leaders come off of corner 4 to the white flag.
Mitch Brown trying to keep pace with that 42 machine. Liam Martin pushing. Oh, that didn't sound right.
No. Still up to power, but here they come, the leaders through 3 and 4. Mitch Brown was a last-ditch effort at it, but the Joyceville Jet picks up the win over Mitch Brown. Liam Martin will cross the line in third over Chris Jones. And the battle for 5th, here comes Evans and Kevin Pauls off the corner. Pauls will take the spot over Sean Evans. Well, Brighton Speedway, it's like the days of old. The Joyceville Jet gets it done with a heat race win, flexing some muscle. He'll pick up the win over Mitch Brown. Liam Martin third, Chris Jones fourth, Kevin Pauls fifth, and Sean Evans in the sixth spot.
It's fun racing to watch. As they come down over the scales, Mitch Brown hits the scales first. Rick Wilson. He's even exciting when he drives to the scales. Takes an alternate route.
Still one qualifying heat to go for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars. Then we'll bring out the Thunder stocks. And then it's feature time for the Stingers before our brief intermission.
Hang on 1 second, Spencer. Just curious who's leaning in the 42 machine there. We'll take a quick break before heat race number 3. And we'll be back on G-Force TV with more from Brighton Speedway.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rear-view mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Back live at Brighton Speedway for night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic here on G-Force TV. Greg Kelman along with Adam Ross, Tim Whitehead, and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside as we get ready for the third and final qualifying heat for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Going from the pole in this one from Picton in car number 84, that'll be Tyler Rand. To his outside, he's got a couple of wins already this year right here at Brighton Speedway with the Southern Ontario Sprints out of Grand Island, New York, the 21K. That is Kyle Phillips. Starting in third out of Brantford in the Little Bend 110, that'll be Jake Brown. To his outside from Caister Center in car number 11, Jamie Turner goes from fourth. Starting in fifth, last night he was crowned the 2022 Cool Kids Ice and Water Core Pack Merchandising Sprint Car Champion at Oshwegan Speedway. From Tillsonburg, Ontario, the 13, that's Corey Turner. And Glenn Stiers, the Oshwegan Flyer, will start in sixth in the Zero Machine. So the field will take shape. Another 8 laps, 6 cars, 18 in total here tonight. Everyone will make the A main. It's Tyler Rand, Kyle Phillips on the front row. Jake Brown, Jamie Turner, row number 2. Corey Turner, Glenn Stiers, row 3. White flag being displayed. Exciting night last night for the driver of the 13 machine, the Petro Plus Travel Stop, Burger Barn, Mobile 1, 13, and now it will come to a stop down to the entry corner number 1. So we'll stay under the caution flag, but an exciting night last night for Corey Turner. Captures the championship at Oshwegan Speedway, and I'm sure tonight he's here to have some fun because he said last night he was sick of points racing.
Well, guys, recall they had to push him off an extra time here after hot laps, so they must be having some issues in this 13 car that they've been fighting all night since hot laps. We'll try and find out what's up.
Yeah, good point, Clinton Jeffrey.
Corey comes into the Knights of Thunder championship chase, second behind Mitch Brown by 2 points. So he does have the point race, but it's still a little early there in that one.
You know what? It's a bonus now.
Yep.
He's won the championship that I'm sure they were most focused on. And he's actually going to push that 13 machine down into the infield. So
disappointing start to the weekend for Corey Turner. The field will take shape again. This will be 5 cars here, 8 laps the distance, third and final qualifying heat for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars.
wow, Tyler Rand took the green flag and then moved up towards the outside wall. Kyle Phillips in the 21. He's had some amazing success here at Brighton Speedway. A couple of victories here this season.
Hey, yeah, the door's shut going down into corner number 1 by Tyler Rand, who's leading this one over Jake Brown. Then you've got Phillips back there in third. Steyer's up to 4th, and Jamie Turner working on him.
Yeah, Steyer's car takes an awkward hop in the middle of 3 and 4. Out in front, Tyler Rand controlling this one. Jake Brown in the 110 trying to close the gap. It was just like Rick Wilson and Mitch Brown. So now we got Tyler Rand and Jacob Brown.
Great run here tonight for Tyler Rand in the 84 machine. He rips it around corners 3 and 4. Cross flags go up in the air for Tyler over Jake Brown and Kyle Phillips, your top 3.
Everybody working up on the high side of the racetrack. When you get a cushion like this, you kind of have to run the high side as Tyler Rand jumps over the cushion there in turn number 4. Jacob Brown not close enough to capitalize, even make a move. As they work through 3 and 4, Rand continues to lead the way. 12.7 second lap that time. He's about a quarter of a second faster than Jacob Brown in the second spot.
White flag comes out for Tyler Rand as he works it off at corner number 4. Jake Brown second, then it's Phillips, Steyers, and Jamie Turner, the leader down the backstretch for the final time.
One last turn through 3 and 4. Tyler Rand going to take the win. Jacob Brown will come home second. Kyle Phillips third in the 21. Fourth to Glenn Steyers. And bringing up the rear of the field, Jamie Turner. And then 6th, unable to start that one, was Corey Turner. Clinton Jeffrey is down on the scene.
Yeah, guys, fuel leak here for the Turner car. They want to make sure they have this one right. Corey said fuel is leaking into the car, so they need to make sure this car is safe, so they're going to pull him in. They'll go to work over in the pits. As you guys mentioned, just crowned the Oshweekend champion last night. Not having a great night tonight as he chases the Knights of Thunder title as well.
Yeah, as we said, just 2 points behind Mitch Brown coming into tonight, so that'll put him behind the 8 ball. He'll have to start deep in the field, but if there's anywhere we go with opportunity to pass, it's here at Brighton Speedway.
Well, we have Thunder stocks aplenty here tonight. I think Tim said 25 at last check. And they are ready to go with their qualifying heats. These will be the final heats of the night before we start into feature racing. Stingers will be up after this. Tim will have the starting lineup for heat race number 1.
Starting on the front row is the 18 of Kyle Anderson. Outside Anderson, the 03 is Mike Lucas. Outside Lucas is the 28 of Cole McEwen. Row number 3, the 88 is Patrick Easton. Outside Easton, the 01 of Kyle Gregory. Row number 4, the 92, doing his 3rd trip tonight, is the Adam Turner machine. Outside Turner, the 97 of David Barrett. And bringing up the row, rear of the field, on the 5th row, the 27 of Torrey Pope.
Green flag is out on the first Thunderstock feature event of the evening, our last set of qualifying heats. Justin Ramsey with a good start in that 0-3. He'll take the lead down the backstretch.
Ramsey of late has been tearing up our track here. He's had a really good couple last weeks of runs. So last week's feature winner. The 03 of Ramsey, Anderson in the 18, Cole McEwen, and the 74 of Mike Lucas.
Oh, watch out. Adam Turner had to take evasive action there.
Cole McEwen in the 28 car goes around. That's going to draw out the caution here in the first of the Brighton Automotive Thunderstock qualifiers.
And Ramsey hasn't been successful just here at Brighton Speedway this year. He's come down to our neck of the woods and had some great runs, taking home some prize money. We'll have a look at the replay. Just a pretty simple spin for McEwen there in the Z28. I got a little bit of help. The 0-1 of Kyle Gregory might have encouraged that spin a little bit down in 1 and 2. But we're going to go right back to green flag racing.
Starter has a green flag in the air. Anderson and Ramsey will bring the field to life. Ramsey, the race leader, starting on the high side. He fires first between the orange cones. Ramsey, Anderson, Lucas, McEwen, Turner, Easton, Barrett, Gregory, and Torrey Pope rounding out the field.
Mike Lucas got a good run off of turn number 2 there to pick up the second spot. We'll see if he can close in at all on Ramsey. Adam Turner, he loved seeing that yellow flag. He was deep in the field. Now he's battling for the third spot through 1 and 2. Oh!
Ewan and Easton get together over in turn 2. That's going to draw out another caution. David Barrett in the 97 is going to limp towards pit lane.
Yeah, there was a couple of hard licks, and I have a feeling we'll have some replays here, but that's not always the case, but our team is usually pretty good at finding the action out on the racetrack. You know, it's also the time of a racing season. Well, let's have a look at this replay. Down into turn number 1 they go. We're looking at... Okay, and I think McEwen just overcorrected there on that spin, heads up the track and into the path of, who was that, the 88? Patrick Easton.
Yep.
It almost looked malicious at first, the angle there, but it makes sense as you watch McEwen get out of shape, corrected a little bit too much, and then all heck broke loose. Greg will be back shortly. He's overdoing origami at the other end. I think he needs like some relaxation. He may meditate for a couple of minutes. Make sure that his chakras are in line.
Carter has the green flag in hand again. Ramsey and Lucas are going to bring the field to life. Ramsey, once again, the race leader, is going to choose the high groove to start this race. And it's going to go. Ramsey right off the pedals again. The 03 of Ramsey, the 74 of Lucas.
Lucas was able to stay right on the quarter panel of Justin Ramsey, but not really mount a challenge. Now he's going to have to worry about Adam Turner, who drives in the inside of turn number 3. They'll drag race off the 4th turn.
Ramsey in the 03 still out front. Turner's going to look to the inside of Lucas as they go about back straight. Halfway flags are in the air for the 03 of Ramsey. Lucas and Turner battle side by side. Kyle Anderson, Kyle Gregory, and Cole McEwen. 27 of Torrey Pope rounding up the field.
Kyle Anderson didn't get off to a great start in that orange number 18, but as the race has gone on, he's held his own there in the top 5 right behind Adam Turner. Turner still trying to get enough momentum to make a pass on Lucas on the inside. He's not been able to do it just yet, and Lucas closed the door on him, so he might be out of opportunity for now.
Anderson with the rear flat tire, he's going to take that car pit side. David Barrett in the 97 rejoins the field off the back straightaway. Ramsey now coming up on some lap traffic. You'll see the white flag as he comes out of 3 and 4.
Torrey Pope up on the outside, some slower traffic that Justin Ramsey's going to have to contend with. He pinches that car off to turn to the inside of Pope, and the battle remains for that 2nd spot. One final time through 3 and 4, it's going to be Justin Ramsey. Lucas holds off Turner for 2nd. Turner 3rd, Kyle Gregory 4th. McEwen, after an eventful race, rounds out the top 5.
Adam Turner, he has number of laps here.
I hope those race cars are comfortable for Turner. Because 3 race cars that you drive very differently.
I'll imagine that not one.
No, that's totally different animals from one to the other. And, I mean, Adam's a talented driver, so he'll adapt very quickly.
For sure. What were you working on there, Greg? Did you make a pterodactyl? That's what you do with the origami.
I was going to ask you if you knew why when they go to the bathroom you can't hear it.
Pterodactyls?
Yeah, pee is silent. It's a dad joke. Sorry.
That's
Poor kids.
That's actually a good one. I like it.
Brighton Automotive Thunderstock qualifier number 2 up on the racetrack. Starting on the front row, the 16 of Caitlin O'Blennis. Outside O'Blennis is the 9 of Doug Black. Row number 2, the 7 of Rick Phillips. Outside Phillips will be the 87 of James Turgeon. Starting on the third row on the inside, the 19 of Corey White. Outside White, the 08 of Angie Kirby. And on the fourth row, on the inside, the 76 of Cody Driscoll. Outside Driscoll, the 77 of Aiden Hancock. 8 cars, 8 laps to distance, and it's green and go.
O'Blennis will lead them across the start-finish line down into corner number 1.
Comes across the nose of the Josh Black machine in turn number 2. Black had to lift for just a second. That allows O'Blennis to lead down into 3 and 4, and Caitlin O'Blennis will lead lap 1.
Good to see some names in this Thunderstock division that I've seen in years gone by in the lower ranks and moving their way up. So healthy class here at Brighton Speedway in 2022.
Whoa, baby.
Woo! Oh,
that was abrupt.
Is that Adrian Hancock?
That's
Cody Driscoll.
Oh, Cody
Driscoll
Sorry.
in 76, trying to back it out of there.
And that turn didn't happen.
Sparks coming out from the front.
Went straight off 3 and straight to that tire in 4.
I would have to guess those were sparks maybe from the fan hitting something.
That was a wild ride, and I'm not sure if that was on camera at all, but that was his head on. Yeah, here we go.
Thank goodness those tires are there, because watch that. There was no chance of turning there, and as you said, the sparks are flying underneath. Whew.
Before they built that top deck down there in turn 4, that embankment never ever existed there. So that would have actually probably clipped the corner of that cement wall right there.
Oof.
So. Well, guys, they're calling for a hook from the back here. You can see a flat lefter at least. Haven't got around to the right side, but it's just as bad as this one. So they're going to have to hook this one off here. And the 76 is going to need a tow.
Might need a whole foot. See what I did?
I saw what you did there.
It's a digit joke.
It's a smelly joke.
Well, when you take a hit into the wall head on like that, you need a tow from the rear end. That's it's kind of confusing, isn't it?
Crossed my mind a little bit. That's your bloodline out there calling the shots, Greg.
Good old Brett back here at Brighton Speedway.
Around a long time here.
Brett has been around a very long time.
Former racer in this division.
He's a fixture. He's a part of the furniture.
Probably a little better than I was going to. On TV, I can't say it.
Makes sense.
Oh, you can say it.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's 3 of us. We're all the same age. We're all born the same year. We're all cousins. Jamie, Brett, and myself. We're all 47 now. Jamie's a successful one. He works for the Calgary Flames, and here's Brett and I.
Oh, wow.
Digging in the trenches.
Oh, you know.
Brett's actually raced, though. I never got that far, so good for him. He is an integral part on race night. I could be replaced like that.
Train a baboon to do what we do.
Pintys of the 16 leads the field through the green flag. Black on the outside. Corey White got a look on the inside. Pintys holding that straight line up the middle of the back.
Oh, no, Pintys worrying about the challenge from the outside. Now he's got to think again to defend the inside. I was here earlier this season when Corey White got career win number 1. And that was the controversy with Adam Turner. The spinner spin-e rule came into effect.
Halfway home in this qualifier, O'Blennis holding on over White. Black in that third spot, rolling the outside line. O'Blennis doing a nice job holding these two drivers at bay.
Black and white.
There you go. How did I not see that?
Yeah, when you said it, like, really? Oh, contact between O'Blennis and White. O'Blennis kind of lost it coming off of turn number 4. White didn't have a whole lot of options. That could have been a whole lot worse. The battle rages on.
O'Blennis continuing to lead at the line with 3, make it 2 laps left to go now. White on the bottom here. The door is open.
And O'Blennis, the car comes up a little bit in the turn, but she's very mindful to get back towards the inside. But as laps go on, she's driving a little bit harder. Nope, she couldn't.
Not this time.
Lesson learned.
Got a little too far up in the middle, then tried to drop back down. Contact with Corey White, that's going to draw out a caution here.
And there is that point. You could run that line if you choose, but there comes a point when there's a car on the inside. You've got to heed that.
Let's watch the replay here off of corner number 4. We're going to go under the red flag here for a moment, folks.
We have a look at the replay off of turn number 4. We'll have a look from the drone as well. So the red flag is displayed for a situation in the grandstand area, folks. So
paramedics are coming this side, so next side after.
So if you would, folks, remain at or around your seats, please. We'd appreciate that. And we'll let the professionals come in and take care of what needs to be taken care of. For those of you on G-Force TV, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back.
I heard about a new product line at NTN called Kizé. Can you tell me about it?
It's true, Kelly. Kizé is NTN's new range of spherical roller bearings protected by steel shields fixed on the cage on both sides. It's an unprecedented solution, and it's exclusive to NTN.
Does NTN Kizé outperform an open spherical roller bearing?
Absolutely. NTN's Kizé's metal shields will keep out solid particles, dust, and other contaminants, while also keeping grease in. This results in a longer bearing life, reduced maintenance, and overall increased performance.
That's impressive. Will our users need to do anything different during the installation to accommodate the NTN Kizé?
Not at all, Kelly. NTN's Kizé spherical roller bearings are directly interchangeable with a standard open bearing. Same housing, same accessories, same installation procedure as they use now.
Wow, James. Look, a direct drop-in. What great news.
Yes, Kelly, it sure is. And with a minimum lifespan twice that of an open spherical roller bearing, NTN's Kizé delivers the ultimate bearing experience.
Now let's get some of these out into the market, James.
You're so tasty.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Back live at Brighton Speedway for night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic as we are continuing under the red flag for a medical situation in the grandstand area. The track crew has decided to work on the speedway while we have this delay. And honestly, Adam, at this point right now, we can take all the time we need because we need to take care of this emergency in the grandstands. That is first and foremost.
No, you're absolutely right, Greg. Yes, who drives the grader? Is that actually Mark driving the grader?
I think it is.
Mark himself.
What do you think makes the echo in our? Do you think that echo actually exists in the production trailer? I think like it's a cave. It's kind of like Harry Potter. You know, the trailer looks small, but it's like their tents they go camping with. You open it, and it's like a huge condominium inside. That's what I picture.
So again, we'll be back tomorrow night right here on GeForce TV as well for Labor Day Classic night number 2. The schedule tomorrow night a little bit different. Late models will not be here. In fact, they're competing at Humberstone Speedway tomorrow night for the rescheduled Pete Costco Memorial. I think it's an open versus crate late model race. It was originally scheduled to be the Northeast Late Model Alliance, but now it's the opens versus the crate. And good for them because I know a lot of the Western Ontario late model drivers want to get some races in now that their track is not operational. So that'll take place tomorrow night. But, of course, we will have the Knights of Thunder Action Sprint Tour back tomorrow night, along with the Thunder stocks. The mini stocks will be on the card as well. And the Canadian Modifieds, who are not here tonight, will be on the schedule tomorrow. So a little bit different, but 5 divisions. Race time is 6 o'clock for those coming to join us here in person.
Also a little bit earlier tomorrow.
Yeah, so you'll have to be even quicker getting here.
The race
is earlier, though.
Yeah, race is early. It's a 1 o'clock or a 1:30 race, so that won't be an issue. Lots of excitement this weekend. Flamborough Speedway has a $50,000 to win enduro tomorrow. Of course, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park with their event going on.
What else is running at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park this weekend?
There was Formula 1600s today. There was that FEL series. I don't exactly know what it is. And then there was the Radical Cup.
Okay, I've heard of that, yeah.
And it's strange, Greg, because you spend so much time, because I'm there to announce the NASCAR Pintys series, when we're not on the track, you're wandering the garage because there's always a lot going on.
Right.
It's hard to call a road race because things happen outside of your line of sight, so you have to be aware of what's going on. You have to be able to tell stories, so you do a lot of homework. I miss a lot of the racing. But when the Nissan Micra Cup used to race, anywhere we went, I made sure to watch that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, they're fun to watch. That's what we should be doing, racing on the small track here in the front stretch. When one of those Micras, they tip over very easily. And when it tips over, the car is basically a ball. It just keeps rolling until it hits something solid.
I've been to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park once. I went there to see the Truck Series race there, and I believe the Pintys Series race the same day. And I'd never been to a road course, and I always thought, what's the point, right? Because there's so much of it you don't see. That has got to be in probably my top 5 experiences in racing to see it. I stood down that very first corner. I stood and watched them coming down the hill at me and then going away up the next hill. Incredible sensation.
It is, and for you, you've got 4 kids. I joke and say you've got like 8 or 10 of them, but I think realistically, and you could take them to a track, even if they don't love racing, there'd be stuff for them to do. It's family fun. I firmly believe, folks, if you're a race fan in Ontario, you should check out Applefest at Brighton Speedway. You should check out the Sprint Car Nationals at Ohsweken Speedway. You should check out Canadian Tire Motorsport Park for one of their big weekend events. Delaware Speedway is fantastic at the end of the year. There's so many great events that you can mark on your calendar that you'd be doing yourself a favor if you go and explore the racing scene.
Yeah, we are fortunate, and of course, all that's going on in the East as well, coming up next weekend. 2 big nights for the Action Sprint Tour down at Brockville, Ontario Speedway, as Trailer Pros presents the Action Sprint Tour along with late models on the card next weekend as well, Friday and Saturday night. And of course, they have their fall nationals at the end of the year, which is always a blast as well. So Cornwall's got some big races coming up. Cornwall's always been one of my favorite tracks to go to over the years, and I unfortunately have not been able to be there in the last well, it's probably been 10 years since I've been there, unfortunately, but fantastic facility.
I'll bet you it's been 20 years since I've been to Brockville. Because I went a little bit when my parents lived down near there.
Yep.
They moved back towards us when Connor was born in 2004. So yeah, nearly 20 years.
Cool track. Love going to Brockville, and
it's a fun area. Same with Brighton. This is a fun area to come and visit in the summertime.
Getting here wasn't so fun today, but so again, for those just tuning in on GeForce TV, we're just under the red flag for a medical situation here in the grandstands, and the medical staff, once they leave the racing side of the fence and come to this side, all things must stop. So we're attending to this person in the grandstands, and we'll take all the time needed for that situation.
Yeah, and as you well said, Greg, that's the priority. People are the priority regardless of what needs to be done.
And we were just 1 lap away from finishing heat number 2 for the Thunderstocks. I think, how many heats did they have tonight, Tim?
They have 3 heats.
So 1 more still to come, and then we were going straight into features for the Stingers. They'll be up next before the intermission that was planned. Now, I'm not sure if that will be needed now that they're working on the racetrack, but nonetheless, we'll head into our feature events tonight. And the order for them will be Comp 4s, Action Sprint Tour, late models, 360 sprints, and we'll conclude with the Thunderstocks tonight. And again, be back tomorrow night, 6 o'clock start time for night number 2.
And race fans, we know we asked you to stay at your seats, but if you want to head down to the concessions, head down to the washroom, and now's a great time to do that. We would appreciate you leave that turn 4 area for the safety crew that's on the scene there to do their thing. For those watching on GeForce TV, we'll take another break, but we'll make sure you don't miss a lap of action. We'll come back with more from Brighton Speedway Labor Day Classic night number 1.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy, crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
For over 100 years, our company has been unique, a world leader in high-precision products, fully committed to energy efficiency and friction reduction. Today is the day to start a new chapter, a new step of our company. Today is the day to share our vision, our contribution, our identity. At the heart of our DNA, there is a name. Namerica. We are NTN, and we make the world Namerica. We are all together. We design precision engineering. We believe in a fluid, mobile, and harmonious society. We build positive mobility. We are NTN, and with willingness, conviction, and humility, we make the world Namerica.
Back live at Brighton Speedway for night number 1 of the Labor Day Classic here on G-Force TV. Greg Kellman, Adam Ross, Tim Whitehead up in the tower. Clinton Jeffrey joined us in the tower for a little bit.
He left before he could have a lollipop.
Oh, I forgot. Did you give Tim one?
Tim?
I licked them all, so none of them are safe. So again,
wait, lollipop?
Yeah, well, they're like a lollipop but cake.
Oh,
these are fantastic.
I'll save it for later.
There won't be a later.
Some later.
You better take it now, bud.
All right.
Many thanks.
Is it cake pop? Is that
to
what it is?
Sanders
Yeah.
Racing and Tasty Creations, the number 21 late model, Rich Sanders, Teresa Sanders, a.k.a. the 50-50 lady.
I'm going down to eat it in the trailer just to make them jealous.
What, do you want to take the box, Clint?
Oh, you said, do you want one? He said door's locked, so nope.
Yep, never
Well,
mind.
leave him here.
Sorry, Spencer.
Oh, Spencer's usually the smart one of our team.
There's 4 left here, too.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 4 of us.
You counted yourself twice, Adam.
I got 2 hands.
There we go. Take the box down. I already had 2
Yeah, we're good.
handfuls. 2 for it. No, Adam does not get 2 more.
Nope.
I was here first.
How come nobody sends us salad?
We'd send it back.
Have we got you turned back? No, we don't. Sorry, Tim. Now you're turned back on.
They sent salad up here. I'd have to send that back.
Go find a hamburger to put this on and a
Exactly.
couple of buns.
Tasty treat pops, courtesy of our 50-50 lady. So speaking of 50-50, she sent me a text a half hour ago, and she's well over $1,000 here already tonight. There's only one way to win that pot is that like one of those 50-50 ladies down and make sure you get in on it.
Fantastic. Are you hearing the same thing, Greg, from Tim's mic, that it cuts in and
Cuts
out?
in note, yeah.
Isn't that bizarre? Because it's not like you're not moving. I thought for a second that
your ears.
I was having a moment. But
oh
I
my God,
wasn't.
these things are unbelievable.
Yeah, they're really good. You coming back up for the last 2?
Well, Spencer had one, finally.
Yeah, they're eating theirs. They can't work right now for a minute either.
beautiful night for racing, folks. We appreciate your patience.
Our season winding down here. The only thing that I have never seen at the Speedway
That's driving me nuts.
is our Eve of Destruction on October 1st.
Oh,
I'm told that our advance tickets are half sold out already.
Yeah.
For October 1st. So if you're looking to come that night, you might want to get online. It's a reserved seating event. Get those tickets purchased because we're well over halfway sold out for that night already.
If you don't get your tickets, you're going to have to go to the scrapyard and buy a car and be a part of the show because you don't want to miss it.
That's another way of being part of the show, but that's one of the events that I've never seen here at the Speedway, so I'm really excited. I'm not wishing the rest of the season to go by quick, but Mother Nature's played really well with us this year. She's let us get in all of our race events, but the season's winding down here really quick.
It flew by, and you know what? Weather has been fantastic this season. Mother Nature has played along nicely with Brighton Speedway. The last couple of years, Mark and Angie and the team here did a great job to keep racing on the track, but it just wasn't the same. Definitely not the same as being able to fill the grandstands, fill the pits.
Certainly a challenge when you can't put people in the stands to help pay for the bills that night. And, kudos to the Rinaldi family for keeping the racetrack afloat for those couple of years during COVID.
Well, and they knew very well. You've also got to keep your people, your racers, entertained. A couple of years without being able to come out to your Saturday hangout, people might find new habits.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's
trade that race car in on some other hobby.
Yep, can't have that.
You talk about the Eve of Destruction. That's a blast, an absolute blast. I got the chance to do it in 2017, I think it was. And for the Enduro, I mean, there were cars all the way around the track almost. I think maybe corner 2 didn't have any. That's how many there were. And there were 4 or 5 deep, like 4 or 5 wide. And I said to myself, I'm going to keep track of the leader for as long as I swear I'd lost him by the back stretch. It was
I've done the same thing. It's absolutely hopeless.
But fun.
Yes.
Oh my.
Yeah, great event. I think I might have called that event with Dave Bradley.
I think you did, yeah.
Because we couldn't decide. It was the year we had all shared the announcing duties, a kind of a revolving door. And we couldn't decide who should do that, so we did it together.
That was a blast.
It was mucho fun.
And you've never seen it, Tim?
I have never seen it.
In all your years, you haven't seen it?
38 years here at the Speedway, and I've never seen an Eve of Destruction.
Well, it is hockey season by then, so we'll...
I was truthfully scared for Mark Rinaldi when they do that gladiator. He's trying to kill himself. The gauntlet.
The gauntlet, yes.
Good God.
He was in a limo the year that I was here, and they're trying to disable him from being able to move any farther. And all these cars smashing into him. They had him pinned up into the corner 4 wall. And I just remember his sister up in the tower. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
Yep.
So I just received word from next door, guys, that Thunderstock heat that was on the racetrack with 1 lap to go, they've now made it official. That's a complete finish now. So Joshua Black's been awarded the win in the 9 car. Rick Phillips in the 7 car is going to finish second. James Turgeon in the 87 picked up third. 77 of Aiden Hancock got fourth. Angie Kirby in the 08 finishing in the 5th spot. Corey White in the 19 takes the 6th spot. Caitlin O'Blennis in the 16 picking up the 7th spot. And Cody Driscoll in the 76 picking up the final in the 8th spot there. So they've made that one official. We're not going to bring them back out for 1 lap of that qualifier.
No, and that makes sense. So we've got 1 final qualifying heat.
So are you staying in the RV with Clint tonight, Adam?
I am in the Rinaldi's old trailer. When we showed up at 6:30 this morning, I don't know how many teenagers were in the trailer, but there was enough noise being made. It might have just been the 2 Rinaldi boys.
No, one of them was my son.
Okay.
He left yesterday about 4 o'clock, had to get to the racetrack. I'm like, races don't start till 7 o'clock tomorrow. He says, we have a complete agenda, and we start golfing first thing in the morning.
I had to get up at 4 o'clock this morning in Cambridge to drive down with Connor. So what's your son's name?
Graham.
What a polite young man. He comes out at 6:30 in the morning. I'm half asleep from driving down. He sticks his hand out to shake my hand. Hi.
And that would be
I'm
him
Graham.
standing over there on the bridge in the white shirt right now. So he helps run the pits. So it's a true family affair here tonight. I got the wife working the front gate, son's working over in the pits, and we have a hockey billet. We've even brought him to help work the front gate tonight. So we've made it a full family affair here.
That's fantastic. That's how it should be.
You should do that with your wife, Adam. Get her working.
Well, she was supposed to be here.
She'd stop buying Yetis.
She said last night we're leaving. I should start working at the Speedway. Said, yeah, there's 2 nights left. Good thinking, honey.
That's why she offered.
Well, that's why I've got her at the front gate, not up here. Like, that's far enough away.
Yeah.
I tell everybody we go for dinner twice a week. You know, I go Tuesdays, she goes on Thursday. Makes for a healthy marriage type thing, you know.
That's perfect.
She's become too comfortable in the tower because she leans over. Hey, did you know this is a microphone? And as you lean closer, your face is 2 inches from it. So that secret you're about to tell is going to be streamed to millions of viewers.
We shouldn't have stopped her.
No, probably not. Turned out to be a pretty juiceless piece.
That's disappointing. I think you ended up telling it.
It was about the way the water flows in Australian
Oh, right,
toilets.
yeah, that was, yeah. Come on.
They can't all be winners.
So while we're still going to break in the action here, another, it's almost like an anniversary announcement here tonight, but 11 years ago, a friend of mine was sitting down in his seat. He sits there every Saturday night, and there was a lady sit down in front of him, and he finally said hi to her one night. So Bob Mitt's sitting down there, and a lady named Mary was sitting down in front, and he just happened to start talking. Hi, Mary, how are you? And 3 years later, Mary moves in, and they've started dating, and Mary moves in, and so it's been 11 years since that conversation started and a relationship started. There's no marriage or anything in the hilt, but very, very happy that Bob got to mention just the word hi to Mary, and it all started from there. So Mary Vance, Bob Mitz, congratulations. 11 years ago that you guys have met here at the Speedway, and life is grand from there on in, so congratulations to you guys. And once again, it's another delightful event that happens here at the Speedway.
Even though I am a natural mistake, my parents did meet at a Speedway also. Do you remember the first words you said to me, Greg, when we met?
I don't even remember what you said an hour ago.
Yeah.
Adam. I could care less.
Damn it. I was hoping you'd bite. I don't. Do you think I care? That was well done, Greg. You're catching on. Funny, though, I do remember the first conversation I ever had with Clinton Jeffrey. And it was with Glenn Stiers at the Performance World show.
Clint regrets it.
In
Every
Toronto.
minute of it.
Let me tell you, you think he's high-strung now? You should have seen 20-year-old Clinton. He was probably 23 or so with an energy level like he was vibrating. There was so much energy coming off him.
Before the jading set in, like the rest of us.
I don't think he's jaded. He's just naturally miserable.
Actually, he's far more optimistic about everything.
I'm not even upset about it. It's so nail on the head.
Do you remember Clinton, though? At the big
yeah, it was
plans?
me. I hope I remember me.
No, but the big plans you had. You're going to take over the world.
Isn't that what we're doing right now?
Kind of.
Yeah, you know what?
It took 20 years.
I was talking to Brian Cathcart today at CTMP. He was not going to go to the dirt race.
Yeah, I spoke to him in Saskatoon. He said, I'm not that kind of guy.
Wasn't feeling comfortable. He loved it so much. And he said, he was saying to me about having a conversation with Glenn Stiers just to thank him for putting it on and tell him what a great job he's doing. When you stop and think about the people that Glenn Stiers has helped to develop, and not by holding their hand and guiding them through life at Ashwegan Speedway, but the people he has brought on and just let do their thing. Clinton Jeffrey, Adam Ross, Doug Leonard,
Greg Calnan.
But SOS.
You're trying to forget me, weren't you?
No, SOS kind of
SOS
started you, but all the drivers as well. People that he's given an opportunity to, and it doesn't always even work out, but he leaves a solid impression, and people have been allowed to do their thing and be successful around him.
You and I got talking about Bill Grisdale the other day. Another guy who kind of supported us when we had just some ideas. We never had a following or anything, but we've always been fortunate to get some good people behind us. And all these great fans here tonight, too. It's been so great to have all the response we've had this summer and last, of course, with everything we've done. G-Force, how about our friends? Came all the way from New York last night after watching every week, and that's what we're doing this for.
It's been so rewarding, and I'm so proud of the work that gets done, and I'm proud of Doug Leonard. Like, he came up as an official, and heck, he's the race director for the Super Dirt Car Series, which is really as plush a job as you can have in short track racing. So the people that have gone on to do impressive things, we talked about it with the racers here earlier, the late model division here. Sure, it's not always a jam-packed field of cars, but you always earn every position you get out there.
We appreciate everybody's patience. Looks like we're ready to go at them. All the officials have gone back to their perch, and our final qualifying race of the night rolls out.
Brighton Automotive Thunderstock, third qualifier, now up on the racetrack. Starting on the front row, the 17 of Jeff Humphrey. Outside Humphrey is the 0 of Tyler French. Row number 2, the 41 of Ryan Lambert. Outside Lambert is the 23 of Doug May. Starting on the third row, the 72, the Big Smooth of Doug Anderson. Outside Anderson is the 1 car of Brock Gregory. On the fourth row, the 83 is Andrew Massey. Starting outside Massey is the 85 of Austin Reed. 8 cars, 8 laps of distance. Final qualifier for the Brighton Automotive Thunderstock. Tyler French in the 0 car. We were talking earlier about consistency and being top 5. Tyler's got 1 win here so far this year, but every other night he's had top 5. So he's sitting at the top points lead right now.
And you know what? Throughout the season, he probably regrets all of those top 5s. Like, here's what I should have done to win. But when you get to the end and you go to the banquet or you collect your trophy for winning the championship, you realize that's what it took to get there.
White flag is out. 1 more trip around. We're going to get this night back underway here at Brighton Speedway. Humphrey and French are going to lead the field up the back straightaway and bring them to life as the green flag will go in the air. Humphrey, French, row 1. Lambert, May, row 2. Anderson and Gregory on row 3. Massey and Reed on row 4. The starter has the green flag up, and it's green and go.
French jumps out to the early advantage, heading down the front stretch into corner number 1. Humphrey on the bottom as they roll through the corner. Off the second turn they go. It's all French down the back stretch.
Humphrey just didn't get the launch off the green flag. He'll go straight to the top of the racetrack. Keep in mind, they've reworked the track, so there's really no cushion up on the outside. These drivers are operating without a net when they go up there and run the high side.
Lambert right now tucked into that third spot just in front of Anderson as we come across the stripe to complete the second lap.
French, Humphrey, and Lambert top 3. Just that little bit of track work there at intermissions give them such more of a groove up on the high side now. They've taken that berm away on turn 4.
A lot more stable for the drivers to run up there. Lambert was trying to run a little bit lower on the racetrack. It looks like he's kind of bailed out and headed up to the top side. We've got a battle for the lead. Humphrey looking to the inside of French. He'll drive it deep down into 3 and 4. Man, oh man, was he sideways.
Gathers it back up halfway home. 4 in, 4 to go. French leader at the line over Humphrey. It's 3 cars wide behind them.
Fantastic battle in this Thunderstock heat, Tim.
Jeff Humphrey, the 17 car, is going to pick up the lead here going down the front straightaway. Tyler French in the second place. Austin Reed has made his way right from the tail end, right back up in the third spot now.
Lambert got up off the racetrack. He's back in the 6th spot in that 41 after having a couple of good laps to start this one. Humphrey has fallen back to the 2nd spot, and then 17 as French leads the way. And here comes another challenger. It's Austin Reed out there working the inside of the racetrack.
He'll go low on Humphrey and French off of corner 4 to the white flag. A 3-car race for the win.
3 wide down into turn number 1. Reed on the inside. Humphrey in the middle. French up on the high side. It looks like it's going to come down to French and Reed.
Off of corner 4 they come. Reed's got the advantage. Who would have saw that coming? Reed picks up the win over French and Humphrey.
Right from the 8th spot, right up to the final spot on the last lap. Picks up the win as he comes down the front straightaway. Nice piece of driving by Austin Reed.
Doug Anderson suffered a flat right front tire on that final lap after contact in turn 3. And folks, it's time to go feature racing. There you see the bridge over the creek that heads back to the pit area. Abby always does a great job flying that drone. We take for granted, Greg, because we've seen just about every part of the racetrack. But there's fans that come to the track and they'll sit in the same spot. Say it's turn number 1. Never ever see what it looks like back there. It's just not a part of your routine. So if you get a chance when you go home, have a look at the stream from GeForce TV, and we take you behind the curtain and show you the pit area here at Brighton Speedway.
You just see yourself on TV tonight because we had a lot of cool crowd shots during the anthem and that. As we get ready for our first feature of the night, Tim.
Just before we start the features, the word from next door is, unfortunately, because of the delay we've had, we're not going to have any pace truck riders tonight. So if you did have the program, we do apologize. We're trying to keep the show moving now as time gets later in the day. So no pace truck rides tonight. And we're going to get right into feature action here with the Quinte Septic Stingers and their feature up on the racetrack now. 22 cars ready to go to battle for 12 laps. Going to start on the front row with the 26 of Chris Sparks. Outside Sparks will be the 79 of Robert Jenner. Row number 2, the 8 car of Curtis Sparks. And outside Curtis Sparks will be the 30 of Ryan Hill. Row number 3, the 6 car of Lightning Tom Cole. Outside Cole is the 29D of Cody Easton. Row number 4, the 64 is Chris Johnson. Outside Johnson, the 07 of Megan Golden. Row number 5, the 67 of Alex Patrick. And outside Patrick, the 12 car of Shane Vale. Row number 6, the 69 is Andrew Whitney. Outside Whitney, the 67J, his son Joshua Whitney. Row number 7, the 9 car is Zach McDonald. Outside McDonald, the 99 is Alex Woods. Starting on the 8th row, the 27 of Kendall Hayes. Outside Hayes is the 93 of Jordan Pickle. On the 9th row, the 14 car of Kevin Much. Outside Much, the 03A is Dylan Barker. Row number 10, the 28 car is Jay Brewer. Outside Brewer, the 95 of Nicole DeVoe. And last but not least, on the 11th row, starting on the inside, the 7 car is Josh Toon. Outside Toon, last week's feature winner, the 41 of Landon Much. 22 cars, 12 laps the distance. And if Landon Much wants to be a repeat winner, he's got his work cut out for him tonight, starting in the 22nd spot.
And no contact allowed.
No contact is allowed.
So,
I think the drone's going to pick up a lot of contact that the race director's never going to even see.
Abby must have a good insurance policy on that thing because he toasted one. Was it last night or last week?
Last night.
I saw that on Facebook. They found the site of the
Yeah.
fallen drone.
Just to be clear, our deal with Abby did include some funds to rebuild the ones he's losing.
Oh, did it? I thought the selling feature was that he was okay sacrificing a couple for the cause.
I heard it came out of your envelope,
There's a
Adam.
crash clause in his deal.
Ah,
A one-time pay, so he can crash as many as he wants now. We already paid.
I'll tell you, though, he's added something to our broadcast. The flying that he's done, the
big
drones he's brought to the program, and the fun that he's brought is fantastic. But knowing that he's a chef and we haven't eaten any of his food, we're missing out on opportunity.
First feature of the night takes the green flag, and we are on it with the Quinny Septic Stinger Division.
I don't know about the no contact policy, but things getting strung out there down the back straightaway. Everybody making things work. Who's it going to be leading lap number 1? Wow, just like it was in the heat races.
Chris Sparks in the 26. It looks like he's got a soft left rear tire already on the 26 car. His son Curtis Sparks going to look to the outside as they head up the back straightaway. Robert Jenner in the 79. Ryan Hill in the 30.
Sparks side by side at the line. Chris will lead that lap over Curtis as they work it off of corner 2, and Chris really slowed up that time.
Yeah, Curtis with the advantage up on the outside in the 8 machine. He'll lead the way all by himself through 3 and 4. Let's see if he's able to pull away or if there's going to be a challenger.
Starting to put a little bit of distance between him and his dad in the 26. Jenner in the 79. Ryan Hill in the 30 and Megan Golden in the 07 now picking up in the 5th spot. Sparks, Jenner, Hill, and Golden.
Two wide, 3 wide, all the way around the racetrack. They are now strung out basically all the way around the track, so traffic could be a factor fairly soon.
41 of Landon Much has moved from the 22nd spot now up into the 10th position. He's working his way through the field, but time is running out. We're halfway home now. Curtis Sparks in the 8 car, Chris Sparks at the 26.
Big cut. Oh, and we've lost a wheel down there in turn number 4. Heavy contact. That was Vale in the 12.
That's the whole skid right off the tire. That's not the tire.
Yeah.
Sounds a little interesting next door.
It's getting heated over there.
So is the 30 car. Apparently he just tagged something.
Here you go, guys. Watch the replay.
So no, the 30 wasn't involved. There's the replay of the incident, but whatever happened with the 30 happened under the yellow.
Well, not slowing down under the yellow and just drove right in the back of another car. They said, well, if you can't pay attention to yellow, you can take it to the pits.
I'm thinking it might have been the 7 that got run into there, as there's all sorts of business dragging off the back end.
Got to give a shout out tonight to Miss Bella. This is her first ever racing event from the Evidon race team. So welcome, Miss Bella.
Did she get cake lollipops?
There's 2 left. So no.
No chance.
I told you, he's a mean one.
I want to know, 3 announcers, 2 lollipops. Who loses?
That's like a
Did
bad
you notice where I placed them, Adam?
That's like
You're
a
over
bad
here to my
YouTube
left,
video.
and you guys are to my right.
I'm going to take the wild guess that I'm going to lose because I'm furthest away. So.
No, I think I'm done. I think I'm done with the lollipops.
Oh, you wimp.
A little bit of debris down here on the front stretch, and there's going to be some debris on turn 1 and 2 if anyone gets near the 7 machine.
I thought you were going to say if anybody gets near my lollipop.
Don't touch my lollipops. Sparks holding down first and second spot out there. And Greg, so I don't think the left rear of Chris Sparks is going down. It looked soft earlier on, but there's been no change.
Still under the caution for another lap here as they continue to get everyone in line, and it is it's a little noisy next door. I think some drivers maybe aren't listening.
it is a challenge some nights to rearrange these drivers. So,
like herding cats. Do you have cats, Greg? You strike me as a cat household.
We have one.
That's one too many.
We have one. 2 fish.
Don't cats eat fish?
Not this one. She's too lazy.
That's why he only has 2 fish now.
Oh, I've got to send you a great one on Instagram.
Oh my. This is probably not for air.
That turns out okay, but it's
It turns out okay. Starts out a little rough. It's always an adventure when Adam Ross sends you a Facebook message or a text, or it's like, do I open this in public or
wait for it. It's okay. It's
dog eating a chick. The chick survived though.
That's a tough little chick. Yeah, Spencer,
Back to the green.
I'll send it to you, Spencer.
Sparks and Sparks bring the field back to green. Curtis Sparks in the 8. The 26 is Chris Sparks.
Oh!
Oh, I thought we were about to see the front end get cleared off of that Vail number 12.
Chris Sparks, now your race leader again. The 67A of Joshua Whitney going to pick up second, dropping Curtis Sparks down into the 3rd spot. Megan Golden in the 07 and the 79 of Robert Jenner. And there's that 41 car of Landon Much, who's worked his way from the 22nd position now up into 5th. Sparks, Whitney, Sparks, Golden, and Much, top 5.
Now, Chris Sparks was just playing a little bit of cat and mouse out there, but now it's, oh boy.
Good save there in corner 3 by Alex Patrick in that 67. Now Golden's got some company in corner 2.
Curtis Sparks going to look to the inside of 67J of Joshua Whitney to see if he can grab a hold of second. Whitney not giving up second. Chris in the 26. Whitney in the 67J. The 8 is Curtis Sparks. Landon Much in the 41, now up into 4th spot.
So a couple of sons racing for 2nd and 3rd. Their dads both in the race with them.
White flag is out. One more trip around. Chris Sparks, the leader in the 26. Joshua Whitney in the 67. Curtis Sparks in the 8. The 41 of Landon Much. As they come up on the field of Lightning Tom Cole, is he going to play factor?
Oh!
Curtis Sparks gets into the rear end of the 67J of Joshua Whitney.
That was the most no contact I've ever seen.
I was just going to say, for a no contact division, there's a lot of body work going to be done this week. But a fun race to watch. Brett Meinecker heading down there to turns 3 and 4
Let's watch the replay here. Oh, man. Hard contact between the 8 and 67A.
Someone's not listening to Brett Meinecker, but of course, Meinecker out there on an ATV trying to direct traffic is maybe not the ticket. Who am I to judge, though? It's fun for all.
And word from next door is the 8 car of Curtis Sparks has been black flagged for this race.
So black flag from the race, out of the car at the start-finish line.
You know, I usually come here and it's pretty quiet next door in the race director's room. And the division with the no contact comes out, and it's the loudest I think I've ever heard it in 20 years.
It's that
Watch
time
this.
of the season.
Watch this contact. Whoa. Like right in the back seat.
That was assertive.
And then into the 41 and cut through the infield. That was wild.
Yeah, victory lane after the comp fours, no problem. We'll do victory lane a little bit later on. It's a fluid situation, Greg. I think we've said that.
So we're going to get right into the Bills Johns Comp 4 division, their feature race here tonight. And we'll do a double victory lane after this one's over. Starting on the front row from Belleville, the Greengrass Oasis. The Oasis fuels car number 33, driven tonight by Joshua French. Outside French from Trenton, the Super Duper Roofing, the Langenfetter Motors. White Snow Plowing, car number 19 of Shannon White. Row number 2, the 54 of Tim Moore.
Hansen, Nico Hansen.
Outside Moore is the 27 of Nico Hansen. Row number 3 from Coburg, the Bay and Construction, the Scratch Tree Service, Just-in-Time Sanitation, car 44 of Tommy Bailey. Outside Bailey from Trenton, the A1 Signs, the Donovan Plumbing, car number 35 of Paul Reed. On the 4th row from Trenton, the Height Property Maintenance, the Lime Green Equipment Rentals, car 42J of Aiden Fletcher. Outside Fletcher from Coburg, the Capital Concrete Finishing, the Yorkies Barbecue, car number 15 of Josh Bogard. On the 5th row from Trenton, the Birds Hardwood Flooring, the West City Honda, car number 43, the Campbellford Chrysler Driver of the Week, 43 of Devin Kippen. Outside Kippen from Trenton, the Rapid Rad, car number 85 of Brittany Golden. On the 6th row from Belleville, the 17 JR of Ethan Humphrey. Outside Humphrey from Springbrook, the Amazing Acres, the Grand Ole Meat Company, car number 12 of Caleb Severin. On the 7th row, the 85J of Jordan Monaghan. Outside Monaghan from Brighton, the Brighton Recycle, the A&W, car number 3 of Jake Hadley. On the 8th row from Napanee, the CS Contractor Service, the Car Dream Supplies, car number 20 of Cody Sager. Outside Sager from Brighton, the Little Caesars Trenton, the Brighton Speedway, Brighton Recycling, car number 7 of Anthony Rinaldi. On the 9th row, the 17E of Evan Minnie. Outside Minnie from Kingston, the 87 of Steve Henniger. And bringing up the rear of the field, didn't make the field, 20, here we go.
Off we go with the Bills Johns Comp 4. Josh French jumps out to the early lead. Shannon White in that second spot, came also close to the heat race win earlier. Nico Hansen, I'm not sure if this is his first time. I'm guessing it is here, Brighton Speedway, running in third.
Yeah, I can't imagine he's got a lot of seat time down here. Shannon White looking racy out there. French out in front. That's quite a fill-in driver in that 33.
Josh has turned some laps here before. He's no stranger to the Speedway. He certainly has it connected here for him tonight. The 33 is Josh French out front.
White in that second spot, then Nico Hansen. We got a couple of cars up over the banking a little bit. I think that was Devin Kippen, was it? He slip up there.
French, White, Hansen, Reed, Fletcher, and Bailey. Tim Moore, Devin Kippen, Josh Bogart, Cody Sager, Humphrey, Caleb Severin, Monaghan, and Evan Minnie.
Good three-car battle right now for the fourth spot. Bailey right now with Reed and the 42 of Aiden Fletcher. As now Bailey breaks away from those two cars and closes in quickly on Nico Hansen for third.
Yeah, Hansen's lost touch a little bit with the top two, but He's about to be busy back there trying to hold off Bailey out in front. Josh French trying to build up a big enough advantage. Bailey is just lightning quick in that 44.
Off the corner comes Josh French in the 33 with White in second. And here's the challenge for third. Around the outside goes Bailey. Hanson on the bottom. Tommy Bailey in the 44 gets a good launch off of 2 that time. Down the back stretch into 3. And these two have now caught the top 2 despite battling one another. Right there in the thick of it for the win.
I noticed that last night at Ashweek, and a couple of times we had side-by-side battles, and it seemed to elevate their speed to close in on the cars ahead of them. Whoa, move for the lead.
White will take it away for the moment from French, then they make contact. Oh, that's disappointing. Shannon White.
That was a beautiful slide job into 3. Not too often you see mini stocks pour it in like that. Didn't quite come off the way you wanted, though.
I would like to see that again. I saw what I saw, and I think, I might be off the mark a little bit.
Fortunate that car didn't dig in and roll over.
So Shannon White to the inside, and she cleared the French 33, then got the car a little bit sideways. Okay, that was mutual. It looked to me like French just ran right over her. But when I see the replay...
Same place, same time.
Little of both.
And unfortunately then gets wedged on that implement tire on the banking to the go-kart track and couldn't keep going. Would have probably saved some positions.
Now, what do you do there? Clinton Jeffrey, I want your opinion. If there's a spinner-spinnee rule, who's the spinner and who's the spinnee, or was there one?
I don't use that. I use involved, and they're both involved.
No, fair enough, but at a track where you do have a spinner-spinnee
You're
rule.
just trying to get me in trouble with Mark.
Yep.
I'm not that dumb.
Come on. Sure you are.
I mean, the 19 made a gorgeous pass into 3. Then they got together on the exit of 4. You know, both were involved. Both have to go to the back. I don't think there was a spinner that time.
I hate to say it, but I think I agree with you.
Oh,
wow.
Mark the calendar.
Yeah.
Mark that, Spencer.
Let's not make a habit of that.
As we said before, looking at the replay there, it looked almost mutual.
Right.
Just there was no direct, I'm going to get you thing.
Will you give it to me, Adam? That was a gorgeous slider.
Oh, fabulous.
Like, you don't see mini stocks poured in there like that. Worked, got loose on the outside.
Now Shannon White is pulling up.
Oh, maybe you have your answer. I think it goes to French then.
And we look at the replay again. She cleared the French 33
She's
into the corner.
all the way to the lead.
Shannon White.
I got to disagree with that. I mean, she made a huge mistake out of 4, and how does she get to keep the lead? If you want to get me in trouble throwing all these, there you have it, Adam.
There you go.
But you know what I mean? Like, overcooked it, lost it.
Yeah, it was a beautiful slide job, and then trying to get back down to protect the bottom, exposed herself to contact. But hey, we don't make the rules, we just talk about them.
Try to get invited back.
It's 3 to go one more time. Shannon White at the 19, the 44 of Tommy Bailey, the 42 of Aiden Fletcher, 43 of Devin Kippen, all right there now. Nico Hansen in the 27.
Tommy Bailey just flying out there in that 44 machine, leads the way down into 3 and 4. Leaves Shannon White battling side by side with Aiden Fletcher for second. A yellow flag, a big benefit to Devin Kippen, who had lost a lot of ground early in that race.
If I was racing in this class, I'd either have 41 or 45, because 42, 43, and 44 are top 5 finishers here every night.
Numerology at its finest.
One around in corner 4. Should be able to stay green.
Loops around. Not too far in front of the field, so we'll see if he can get up to speed quickly enough.
11 down, 4 to go now for 44 Tommy Bailey. Aiden Fletcher in the 42 JR. He's right there, going to look to the inside as they head up the back straightaway. The 43 at Devin Kippen closing the door too. Fletcher and Bailey side by side at the line.
Bailey out in front by only by about a foot over Aiden Fletcher. They continue to race side by side. Devin Kippen a few car lengths back as laps wind down. It'll be 2 laps to go this time.
Bailey in the 44, 42 of Fletcher right in the back door now. Devin Kippen not far behind.
Look at the right rear on Devin Kippen's 43. He's got a handful there.
Look at the right rear on Bogard when he comes around. It's pointed to the outfield.
Yeah.
Paul Reed in the 35 car just let go on the back straightaway.
Yeah, and I called that as
Oh,
Kippen.
my
White flag
goodness.
is out. We got a car sideways in corner 2, still under green. That was interesting. Checkers out. Tommy Bailey's going to pick up the win. Huh.
Our Mighty Wipes moment of the night.
There's a chicane on the last lap.
We have debris in turn 2. It's the 85 car.
And I called it wrong. It wasn't Kippen. It was Bogard that did have the right rear that you called out as well.
Yeah.
There. I thought it was Kippen, but.
Well, that had something for everybody.
So Bailey, Fletcher, and Kippen, the top 3. Looks like White and Sager are going to complete the top 5. And we'll take a trip down to Victory Lane.
Now, after all was said and done, was it Chris Sparks who won the Stinger feature?
Chris Sparks won the Stinger
Okay.
feature. Curtis Sparks was black flag for
Yeah.
his little bit of contact there coming on the last lap.
I just wanted to be sure who we were talking to in Victory Lane. So Chris Sparks in the 26, Tommy Bailey in the 44, and Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene.
Tommy Bailey wheels the 44 car down here to Brighton Speedway Victory Lane, place he's been many times over the years. We'll get him out and have a word with him here. Chris Sparks also going to move into Victory Lane for his shot on the close-up as well. Bailey gets the steering wheel off. He'll pull the Hans device out of the way. And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Have a big Brighton Speedway welcome for Tommy Bailey, your Comp 4 winner tonight. Pretty wild one there, Tommy. Great job tonight. You got it done. Always cool when you can pick up a win here at Brighton. Man, track looks tacky tonight. You guys are fast out there.
Yeah, there was actually a lot more bite in the track than I thought there was going to be. The heat was real heavy, but I thought the sprint cars would have slicked it off. That's usually how I like to drive it. So there's a lot of fast cars out there. I had to really work for that one.
Amazing job tonight. Who do you want to thank?
I can't thank all my friends, family, mainly my sponsors, but I got to give a shout. My brother just came home from Newfoundland, so I haven't seen him in 3 years, and that one's for him.
Right on. Tommy Bailey picks up the Comp 4 win here tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
So there'll be a celebration down there in Victory Lane in front of the APC Brighton Speedway Victory Lane sign, and then it'll be time to talk to Chris Sparks, the driver of the 26.
We got him here right now. Chris, before you move in there, we'll get ready to go. Chris, great drive here in the Stinger race. You got to be happy we picking up a win here. It's always tough in this class.
Oh, it is, because there's no contact. You've got to really keep yourself clean. I let the boy get by me there early on, and then give him a taste of the front, and I had to take it back from him.
You can't let him be spoiled now, right?
Oh, that's right. Just had to give him a little taste.
Right on. How about for Chris Sparks, your Stinger feature winner, and Tommy Bailey, our Comp 4 feature winner tonight. That'll do it from live here in Victory Lane of Brighton Speedway. We'll be right back for more G-Force action coming right up.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy, crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
I've always had the spirit that I wanted to invent something new. And so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it. And the only way that you would really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing it. That's my forte.
Tonight's broadcast on G-Force TV is brought to you by Parkland Ultramar Fuels and by Mystical Distributing, the official firework provider of Brighton Speedway. And Rock 107, Quinny's Classic Rock. Back live at Brighton Speedway on G-Force TV. I'm Greg Kellman. With me, Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey, Tim Whitehead. We've got a full crew here to cover all the action. The Action Sprint Tour is up next, and they are presented by Pintys. Feature event getting pushed off, and we'll take a look at the starting lineup for tonight's A main event. Going from the pole out of Oshwegan in car number 77E, that is Ashton Van Every. To his outside from Six Nations, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller, in the 20. Starting in third from Bowmanville in car number 31, that'll be Dale Curran. And rolling off fourth out of Brantford in car 88, that'll be Lance Erskine. Starting in fifth from Pierreville, Quebec in car number 19, it's Matthew Barjay. And going from the sixth spot out of Port Perry, Four-Barrel Darrell 4B of Darrell Pelche. Starting in the seventh spot, the current point leader for the Action Sprint Tour, the 5D, that is Jacob Dykstra. And going from the eighth spot out of Brockville in car 00, it's Ryan Poole. Starting ninth out of Port Colborne in the 16R, it's Seth Roy. And going off 10th from Oshwegan in the 77T, Tyler Powless. Rolling off 11th in the 3S out of Mosley, that'll be Austin Rose. And going 12th in the 28 from Oshwegan, Jordan Hill. 13th starting spot is where we find the 19D of Alan Downey out of Waterloo. And his outside of 14th, the 9C from Oshwegan, it's Brian Nanico. Starting 15th out of Brighton, the 39, that'll be Jonah Mutton. And his outside from Freelton, the 12DD, Darren Dryden. Next up, we'll find Adrian Staley in the 50LS. He's out of Kitchener. And his outside in the 18th starting spot from Kingston, it's Dan Deo in the 115. And rolling off 19th. Out of Cherry Valley in the 33, it's Adam Turner. And going off 20th out of Ridgeway, the 85C, it's Cam McKinnon. Cam Shaft, Cam McKinnon. I like that nickname, Cam Shaft.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Now, are you doing that one as well, or am I doing that? If I don't do that, then it's perfect. Like, I've not done anything useful the whole night.
Excellent. I can do it then if you.
Perfect. I want to keep my streak on the go. I'll introduce the Action Sprint Tour starting lineup. Is that?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Is that a fair trade? No, not at all. I'm looking and thinking, so that's what he was doing off when I said he was doing origami. He's doing something useful. I'm doing absolutely. We're talking about starting lineups up here. Greg and I usually have a routine. Okay, you call this, and we kind of share the workload. But tonight, I'm not here to pull my weight, clearly. I'm just sloughing everything off.
Hey,
here, Greg. Here, Tim.
Without you, we wouldn't have the laughs.
Oh, God. That is a racetrack full of sprint cars.
25 laps tonight for the Action Sprint Tour. And again, Jacob Dykstra leads by 6 points over Matthew Bardier. 33 back to Darren Dryden.
Things happen in a hurry. Looks like Dykstra, well, obviously, starting directly behind Bardier, as you mentioned when you did the starting lineup. So Bardier going to start 5th, Dykstra going to start 7th. So our 2 points leaders have each other in their sights. Darren Dryden is deep in this field, well outside of the top 10. But this is a wide, racy track tonight, Greg. The work they did there during the break that we had.
It's changed since heats, that's for sure.
Brighton Speedway is already a unique track surface. We are basically in Lake Ontario.
Yeah, literally. Going to send them the front row split apart, and we're going to do the salute to you, the fans. Now, we've been doing this the last few weeks at Ohsweken Speedway. Folks, get out your cell phones and turn on the flashlight. And that's how we're going to wave these drivers on. So get your cell phone out, turn on your flashlight app there, and we're going to send them off 25 laps the distance tonight. Get on your feet, wave your phones, your hats, whatever you got. These drivers came on to put on a show for you. They are 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the Action Sprint Tour, presented by Pintys.
Fireflies in the house. Oh, that's a cool shot. As we get better and better at doing this, folks, it's just going to look so cool as more people get doing it. It looks cool as it is. Mystical fireworks. Field bunches up. They'll see the one to go this time at the line. Van Every on the inside in the 77. Johnny Miller in the 20 on the outside. I really like the makeup of these first couple of rows. Some drivers who would love to get a victory, even a podium finish in this series. And I think those first 2 rows, there's opportunity there tonight.
Definitely could see a first-time winner in those first couple of rows. You got Daryl Pelche, he's been quick as well back in that 6th spot. Obviously, Matthew Barjay's got plenty of checkered flags this year, so he'll be one to reckon with Jacob Dykstra there as well. But those, you're right, those front 4 are going to be exciting start, Adam, as we bring them to the green.
Slowly down the back straightaway, the field bunches up. They'll close in like an accordion. Double green flags about to fly on the Action Sprint Tour. We are underway.
Wow, Dale Curran sent it down into corner number 1 hard on the bottom. He came up the hill. Ashton Van Every will get back in front of him now. Curran right out to the wall side by side.
I'll tell you, I like Ashton Van Every's moxie as we've got one around there in turn number 4. That's going to bring out a yellow flag.
Oh, he's still underway and right in front of the leaders. Still under the green. Cam McKinnon.
How did he keep going?
Wow. That was almost a catastrophe in 3 and 4.
I stopped looking as he was spinning. I'm like, okay, he's not going to hit anything real hard. Nice job keeping that car running. Van Every taking advantage and getting a little bit of a gap out there in the front. Over Dale Curran, Bardier and Jacob Dykstra duking it out for 3rd. Johnny Miller is settled into 5th.
The field continues to lap the 85C of Cam McKinnon. That Mighty Whites moment right there. I don't think he knew how close that was, but it's all Ashton Van Every out in front over Dale Curran. 2 drivers looking for their first wins. And then the top 2 in points right behind them. It's Dykstra ahead of Bardier.
I'll tell you, Ashton Van Every, he has not got any veteran experience, but he's driving the car like a veteran. He's putting it deep into the corner, letting it settle in, letting the wing catch that air, and really running a nice line out there.
This is a track where if you can hit your marks throughout the feature event and there aren't a lot of cautions, you can get a win here from the first 4 starting spots. And right now, Ashton Van Every flexing that muscle. He's got Dale Curran, who is not afraid to try any line possible to make that car faster.
Deo out in front of our race leader Van Every. He's got to size him up as he closes in. The key to sprint car racing is make a decision quickly, stick to that decision.
Oh, Van Every got boxed in behind McKinnon. So now Curran and Dykstra right there and out of room as Curran as he got blocked. As Dykstra will pick the inside line, make that the 115 of Dan Deo, not McKinnon, rather, that the leaders are dealing with.
Yeah, that was Dan Deo, as now Jacob Dykstra has caught up to Van Every, and we got a battle for the lead. Van Every still working the high side. Jacob Dykstra racing down low in that 5D. Had a hard crash last night at Ashweek, nothing will cure his woes like a win here tonight.
So he'll settle into the lead down the backstretch. Ashton Van Every, though, now a good opportunity for him to settle back down and kind of watch Jacob Dykstra. We heard that comment last night from Dave Bailey in the Thunderstocks. It's better to run in second and kind of be able to size up and see what the leader's doing.
And, he even gets to see Jacob Dykstra make a bit of a miscue behind slower traffic. Here comes Van Every to look for the lead. He's got to bite the brakes a little bit on the front stretch. He'll try to size him up again and close in down the back straightaway. Heavy lap traffic just ahead for our race leaders.
Halfway home in this one for Jacob Dykstra over Ashton Van Every, Dale Curran, and then it's Barjay and Miller the top 5.
Dykstra heads to the outside of Adam Turner to put the 33 car a lap down. This is the biggest lead he's had in this race.
Lance Erskine right now running in 6th, Ryan Poole 7th, Tyler Powless 8th, Seth Roy in the 9th spot, and Daryl Pelche back to 10th.
Dale Curran takes over the 2nd spot from Van Every. Van Every going to try the bottom of the racetrack, but Curran's got a good line going up on the high side. 10 laps remain.
So Curran now will set his sights on Jacob Dykstra, who has more lap traffic coming up in his sights. Brian Anacoke, Jonah Mutton, Jordan Hill, as Dale Curran sails it around the 2-lap cars. He's closing ground.
Here's what gets interesting. Jacob Dykstra has elected to go to the bottom of the racetrack here and try to work some of this slower traffic down low. Curran still sending that car up on the high side, and he's closing the gap on our race leader.
He's got to make his way around Brian Anacoke, who's about halfway in his lane right now. Dykstra now, we got
a pile.
Piled up in corner 4, and that will put us under the caution flag with 8 laps left to go.
That is McKinnon in the 85, and I believe the 88 of Lance Erskine.
We got at least a nose wing problem here for the Erskine, and we'll let you guys watch the replay, and then we'll get right back to you.
McKinnon got way out of shape sideways, collected Erskine. Ryan Poole did a nice job to keep his 0-0 machine rolling. Lance Erskine with a badly bent left rear wheel. We have a look at the replay from our speed shot. You'll see McKinnon.
That was 6th place, Lance Erskine. Ryan Poole was right there with him in 7th. So 2 drivers having solid runs.
Brett Meidiker telling McKinnon to get back in the car. And different racetracks have different procedures, right? At Ashweekan, you get out of the car and be greeted by the safety crew to give you a look over. Clinton, what's going on?
Well, you can see that badly bent rim for Lance Erskine, and we get around here to see the front of the car too. Missing the front crasher, the wings all askew on this car. So this is most likely going to be the end of the night for Lance Erskine. The McKinnon car, he's also getting out of that one with a flat right rear and some other damage. So I think this will be it for the 88 guys.
Big disappointment. Ran really well last night. Was running right there in that 6th spot for Lance Erskine. So, man, can't just buy a break.
Well, you never know. I mean, stay strapped in.
Yep.
He's got a good crew back there. They know what they're doing. It wouldn't be terribly difficult to replace a left rear and put a front wing on. It's going to take a little while to get these cars pushed off once again.
Yeah, I think you're right, Adam. You know, if they could get a nose wing and a front crasher on there, and a left rear. It sounds like a lot, but it's stuff you could do in 2 minutes.
Especially if they're pushing him back to the pits right now. If they can get him back to their pit stall to where Dad Craig. Why couldn't I think of which Erskine was his dad?
I saw Grandpa and Uncle Derek here today, too,
Yep,
so they got the full crew.
Derek Lemaire, Phil Lemaire, they know what they're doing. And I'll tell you, nothing feels as good as a driver than coming into the pits, your crew getting to work and getting you back onto the racetrack. It just kind of energizes you. You can turn a negative into something very positive.
Still 8 laps left to go, so for Lance, he could possibly gain some ground if they get those repairs made. And, you know, honestly, I think for most race teams, they don't even care about the positions. It's almost that badge of honor that we got it fixed and we got it back out.
It's what they're here for.
Yep.
You know, that's the crew's time to get to work, get dirty.
What's Brett doing down there? Okay,
Director of traffic control.
Yeah, exactly. So you take a right out there on highway.
Why are you telling a driver where to go when they're being towed back to the pits?
See, if you know Brett, I would never talk about him. But if you're family, feel free to go on about Brett all you want.
I'm not family, but my wife has an unnatural love of Brett Meinecker and all of his Facebook shenanigans. So I think that gives me the right to talk a little bit of smack.
Hey, Jordo, you getting any sleep with the new baby?
No, hell no.
No? I thought that was the wife's job. She's got you working?
No, she just stays asleep.
There you go. Jordan Haley, brand new baby, a couple weeks ago. Congrats, Jordan Hill. What a good crew they are.
That baby is about 15 days old.
How old's the baby? 15 days? 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Today, right? 3 weeks today?
Already been to 3
weeks
races.
tomorrow. 20 days old.
3 races in.
Don't ask a dad how old their children are.
Well, he knew how old the baby was.
Good for, well, it's his first.
Not everyone has kids by the dozen like you do. How old? I can't even name all my
Jordan was
kids.
going to say something. They're going to push him off. I got to get out of the way.
Jordan Hill, a great character in
Good
the
to have him
Action
back.
Sprint Tour, but a fun personality to be around. And again, there's people, is it fair to say, Clinton, there's one that benefited from being around Glenn Stiers, worked for Glenn a little bit for a time.
For sure.
I don't know if he's back working with him now. I know that there's been some in and out there, but just a lot of people that have, their lives have been enriched. Kind of like yours, Greg, by getting to spend this much time with me.
I was just thinking of that.
Yeah.
Am I going to look back and think, wow.
These are your good old days. My condolences.
Thanks for the depression you just put me into. Oh, my.
I was reading some old programs, some old Oswego Eagle programs from back in the early 80s, which I think was to me, that was the heyday of racing, the early 80s into the mid 80s. Oswego ran every Saturday night, and they only had one class, super modifieds. So every heat race had a victory lane. Can you imagine announcing those nights and having to draw out a 4-hour show?
Not a chance.
I'm not that interesting. I can promise you that. I'm tapping out. It's 7:15. Yeah, I'm done.
Guys, let's talk about the race here. This is going to reset this deck quite a bit. We've seen young Dale Kern. Let's talk a bit about him. You know, he come out of road course go-karts. His parents want to get him into the next level. They brought him into dirt sprint cars. We saw him right around the start of the pandemic, and then he moved down and been racing all over the place. Raced over in Europe a bit. Raced in Ventura, California in the sprint cars last week. This kid's getting around, guys, and looking good tonight. Could it be the night when he finally gets one done here on the dirt?
Lance Erskine back on the racetrack in that 88 in Clinton Jeffrey. Ventura, California, to me, is one of the flagship dirt tracks in the United States. Like, to me, that's akin to Kalamazoo or, just a place that everybody knows about.
Yep, for sure.
So Erskine back on track, no nose wing on that 88. So It's going to be challenging for him to drive. That takes away grip going into the turn because that nose wing plants your front tires. But once you're into the turn, it really doesn't do that much.
Bit of a pile up in turn 4 here as they work on getting these cars apart. Oh, there we go. Push trucks are ready to roll. Should be back at it shortly, guys.
Doesn't a sprint car look goofy without a nose wing, though?
It does. No, I mean, take the top wing off, not so much, but you take one wing away and it's just like...
Both or none.
It's like someone that had a beard and then they shave it. It's like, you look so different.
I was just going to say, if you're not a sprint car fan, these cars are strange looking to begin with. People that we bring to the sport have no idea. They're like, oh, look at those silly looking things, until they see them go around the track, and then the respect kicks in.
Yeah, they do command a little bit of respect. Well, Randy Williamson, I still can't picture him without a mustache. And he hasn't had a mustache in 15 years, probably. Looks like all the cars have fired back up successfully. Jacob Dykstra going to lead the way, so he'll have some clean racetrack. We're 17 laps into this 25-lap race. Brett Meinecker going to set out the pylon once the field goes by.
They matched tonight.
I know, he could have been the pylon. Could have saved money. Just stand there and instead of pulling the rope, just run.
Just run.
It's like Mark Messier's ball hockey team. Remember that commercial?
No, I
Pylons.
don't. I don't remember that.
I get more channels than you.
8 to go. Jacob Dykstra, the point leader. Leads over Dale Kern, and then it's Ashton Van Every. Second place in points, Matthew Barjay lines up fourth. Johnny Miller in the 5th spot. Tyler Powless, 6th, and it's Ryan Poole. After contact in that melee up in corner 4, holds on to the 7th spot. And then things shuffled a bit, I think. No, it is going to be Austin Rose. Austin Rose in 8th. It's Adrian Staley that's farther back and out of the running order there. So I think it's possibly going to be Darren Dryden once they cycle out the involved cars from scoring.
I've been watching the bugs around the lights all night long. I think the last one I just saw was a full-size bird. I think it's now stuck to the light, but it flew in there and actually cast a shadow.
Oh, I see it.
It's like the bat
right
signal.
There. Yeah.
No, there's one even bigger.
Oh, bigger than
it's
that.
actually in the, I think it's stuck to the light now. Squirrel.
What? Watch the bugs at the light. As long as they're there, that means the weather's good.
Right?
Well, it appears there's a situation with Daryl Pelche stuck down on the inside, battling for spots. Not sure if they've got him in the right spot or not.
Well,
still debating it, looks like it.
I think he should have been in the 10th spot.
And the only way as a driver you can contest your position is to pull out a line. But there comes a point when they need to put you back in line. This is how it's going to be. Let's go racing.
Well, let's see where Brett points him in. Nowhere.
Just
Right
point
there.
at him. You're the problem.
No, he's pointing at you, Adam.
That could be. He wanted that lollipop.
I think he's going to slot in behind Ryan Poole. I don't believe he's going to be that far up. And I'm not sure why Adrian Staley's back so far either. He was in the 9th spot.
So they're going to get Nanakoke down to the bottom. He'll go to the back of the field as a lapped car. I mean, I've done.
Pelche's not going to give it up.
I've done a little bit of racing this year, Greg. Those one-way radios are fantastic until my ears start to sweat and the earpiece falls out, and then you can't hear a darn thing, and you feel like a fool.
Well, there's two situations going on. One, lead lap cars, cars a lap down have to go to the back. The first car lap down gets put back on the lead lap. That's Brian Nanicoke, is my understanding. And they're working out where the Pelche 4B should be. And I think we'll be ready to go as soon as they get that sorted out, guys. But they were working on the 9 first of Nanicoke.
And now Tyler Powless is backing off, leaving a gap there. Okay, he's going to catch up to Johnny Miller. Ryan Poole, he's going to keep things tight to the 77.
Well, I'm pretty sure if we watch the replay of the crash, we're going to see where Darrell slots in. Because Johnny Miller's the first car in that replay that comes through. And then you see Lance Erskine, who was 6th, and Ryan Poole, who was 7th, collide. And then whoever comes through that, Ryan Poole continued on. Let's watch it. So there's Johnny Miller in 5th coming out of corner number 4. McKinnon, Erskine, Poole. Now Poole continues on, and around the outside is Powless.
And
then Pelche slowed down. Austin Rose went by, and then they went to the red flag. So he's behind. He's got to be behind Poole.
Well, you know what? There comes a point when you just got to make a decision and stick to it. Like, my wife doesn't even have to be right. She just tells me where to go, and that's the end of it. Austin Rose in the 3 machine. I won't pretend I know what's happening.
And I get it. Like, I don't blame Darrell Pelche one bit. If he thinks that's his spot, then I would fight it right to the end as well. They've got him slotted in behind Ryan Poole, where I think that's where he probably should be. Now, the confusion is Ryan Poole was involved in that. You know, did he come out of it at the same time as Pelche? So I get that as well. But thankfully, I think we've got them sorted out.
I think so, too. We should see the white flag displayed here. Next time by, Jacob Dykstra will fire in turn number 4 and lead the field back to green for an 8-lap sprint to the finish. So Lance Erskine obviously is on the lead lap. Brian Nanicoke in the 9C behind him is the final car on the lead lap. And Jacob Dykstra going to slow things down and really set the pace going into 3 and 4. Curran right up on the tail tank of that 5D as we wait for Dykstra to get on the loud pedal. We're back to green flag racing.
Off they go, single file past the restart cone with 8 laps left to settle it. Boy, Jacob Dykstra got a good restart, as he normally does. Curran, good jump on that 3rd place car of Ashton Van Every.
I think it's all right that Dykstra got out. Curran's got to find his line on his own up on the high side, get a couple of laps comfortable under his belt. So now he's going to be able to really wind it up there, and we'll see if he can close the gap on the 5D.
Matthew Barjay putting some pressure on Ashton Van Every, and then behind that battle, you got the 5th on back. There's 4 or 5 cars right in the thick of that as well. 5 to go.
5 laps left, and we'll have a look at timing and scoring. Wow, Jacob Dykstra's a second faster.
He's coming off that inside line in corner 4. So quick, up high, down in 1 and 2. Smooth and to perfection for the driver to Port Colborne and the juniors. Riverside bait and tackle, number 5D.
Closing in on lap traffic, though, that's Deo in the 115. He'll look to the outside. Deo keeping that car down on the bottom, does a nice job there to stay out of harm's way.
Can't stop thinking about this run by Ashton Van Every. He just held off a good charge by Matthew Barjay, who is second place in points. Barjay will try it again. But Ashton Van Every not backing down.
I think Bardier clipped the tractor tire on the inside, did a nice job to save it. One more lap to go for Jacob Dykstra in the 5D.
Yeah, some lap traffic in front, but he's got a nice cushion. And off of corner number 4, Jacob Dykstra will pick up the win. Dale Curran will cross the line in second. Third at the line, Bardier gets on the podium ahead of Ashton Van Every. Johnny Miller with a 5th place run over Tyler Powless, Ryan Poole, Adrian Staley up to the 8th spot. Austin Rose 9th, and Darrell Pelche will complete the top 10.
Van Every fought hard to try to stay in that podium spot, but Bardier kind of out-muscled him on the bottom. But there's a few drivers who I think can really hold their heads high after tonight, not just Jacob Dykstra with that commanding victory, but Dale Curran in the 31. Had a great drive out there. Matthew Bardier, we would expect from someone that high in the points. And let's have a look at the replay of Dykstra's run to the checkered flag. Oh, and there's a wing bouncing across the racetrack. That added some excitement.
Yeah, Adam Turner lost his wing there.
Well, for Jacob Dykstra, boy, he was dejected last night, obviously. A big crash on the backstretch in the 360 feature event. But you don't see that much out of Jacob. He seemed really down on himself, I felt, in that interview, and this is a good rebound for him.
Absolutely, and he took some time when he had that crash. Like, it wasn't like the microphone went directly in front of his face. You could see he was visibly frustrated out there. But by the time he did get on the microphone, he said his piece, and I think that would have been a moment that was frustrating for a young man who drives with a lot of confidence, and that was a one-car crash basically last night.
Dale Curran second, Matthew Bardier third, Ashton Van Every ends up with a 4th, Johnny Miller 5th, Tyler Powless 6th, 7th at the line was Ryan Poole, 8th Adrian Staley, 9th Austin Rose, and 10th Darrell Pelche. 11th goes to Darren Dryden, 12th Seth Roy, 13th Alan Downey, 14th Jonah Mutton, 15th Jordan Hill, 16th Brian Nanakoke, and Lance Erskine. 17th, 18th Adam Turner, 19th Dan Deo, and 20th Cam McKinnon, as Jacob Dykstra will head down to APC Victory Lane and talk with our Clinton Jeffrey here in just a moment. Upside down one night ago to Victory Lane here tonight, and I'm sure Jacob Dykstra is going to be a happy young man about this rebound as he finds himself in APC Victory Lane here on G-Force TV. Also want to thank Quick Firestarter, our Victory Lane presenter here on G-Force.
Well, here he comes out of the car. How about it for Jacob Dykstra? The point leader picks up another one, and he will extend his lead even more out front here tonight. Jake, what a drive tonight. You extend your point lead even more. That's pretty cool, man. What a drive tonight. Lap traffic was starting to give you fits before that red, but in the end, you drove it away.
Yeah, we had a really good car on the bottom, and I could really run the top really good in 1 and 2, and 3 and 4 we could roll the bottom and the top. Yeah, we just had a really good car today. We didn't know where we were going to go. Track looked pretty heavy coming out here. I thought we may have made some wrong decisions, but I have a lot of trust in my guys, and they made the right decisions and got us here. I just got to thank Brian Powless, Tyler Powless for making this possible.
Right on. Jacob Dykstra gets the win here. We'll get over here and talk to second and third. Dale Curran. What a drive, Dale. You know, welcome back here to Ontario. Solid drive. You know, Jacob's the best in the business right now, and you were chasing him down.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I'm really happy. I think that caution kind of hurt us. I think we were a bit better in traffic than out on our own, but it was still really good. I'm really happy.
Definitely. Anything you'll change for tomorrow night?
No, I think it was a good night. I was in the hunt, just one more spot.
Right on. Dale Curran finishes second. We'll get over here and talk to Matthew. Matthew, you know, he came into tonight second in points. Still have another night to try and grab some, but with him getting the win, that's going to stretch the gap a bit more.
Yeah, it was a good car, but a little bit too loose in the end of the race. Jacob was extra fast. I tried to be better tomorrow, and good job, Jacob. It's a good end of the season.
Right on. Matthew Barjay will finish third, Dale Curran second, and our winner tonight, Jacob Dykstra, the point leader, takes another one. We'll be right back live on G4 TV from Brighton Speedway. Late models are up next.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Labor Day Classic night number 1 live here on G-Force TV at Brighton Speedway. Greg Kelman along with Adam Ross, Tim Whitehead, and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. Late models ready to go with their feature event. Tim's got the starting lineup.
From Trenton in the Legacy 420, the QBT Excavating, car number 5 of Steve Baldwin. Outside Baldwin from Ameliasburg, the Lots and Lines traffic marking, Village Variety KD transmission, car number 92 of Adam Turner. Row number 2 from Trenton, the Bellevue Fab, car number 57 of Charlie Sandercock. Outside Sandercock from Trenton, the Target Fabrication, the Motorsport of Trenton, car number 46 is Brandon Mowat. Row number 3 from Niagara, the Triologies Technologies, Dugay Haulage, car number 311 is Sam Panaccio. Outside Panaccio, from Picton, the Coburg Development Service, the Ralph's Meat Market, car 87 is Andrew Hennessy. On the 4th row from Frankfurt, the Vanderbro Construction, car number 33 of David Vandertorn. Outside Vandertorn from Trenton, the Oasis Fuels, the Archolms, All Things Outdoors, car number 11 is Kyle Sopaz. Starting on the 5th row from Codrington, the Little Village Variety Garden Center, Maple Valley Venues, car 55 of Mark Rayner. Outside Rayner from Glen Ross, the Kell Construction, the Coburg Development Service, car 01 of Eli Mayhew. Starting on the 6th row, the 79 of Ryan Boudre. Outside Boudre from Brighton, the South End Garage, the Vandertorn Building Products, Van Egmond Carpentry. The 21 is Rich Sanders. Greg Bellier not making the field here, so looks like 12 cars, 30 laps the distance.
Plenty to put on a great show here at Brighton Speedway. There we go. Kyle Sopaz getting up into position. The Brighton Speedway pace truck will peel off the outside of turn 3. It's time to go late model racing.
Green flag's in the air. It's green and go. Baldwin Turner on row 1. Turner going to look to the outside of Baldwin. Baldwin on the inside, picking up where he left off in his qualifier.
Side by side off of corner number 4. Baldwin on the bottom. Turner on the outside at the line is Baldwin with Sandercock back there in third. Turner's going to take another shot at it on the high side of corner number 2. But Steve Baldwin, since the drop of the green flag in the qualifying heat, he has been strong.
Brandon Mowat using the outside groove. He runs in the 4th spot just ahead of the 87 Andrew Hennessy. Charlie Sandercock now moving up the racetrack to try something a little bit different to close the gap and make a move on Adam Turner for second.
Baldwin trying to stretch his lead out as he got his out in the front straightaway into 1 and 2. Turner in the 92, 57 is Sandercock's going to look to the outside as they go up the back straightaway. Turner slides a little high, puts
Sandercock rolling the outside line now through 1 and 2. Turner on the bottom as the caution flag will come. We've got one around in corner number 4.
Looks like the 33 of David Vandertoorn facing the wrong way here in 4.
Looks like a pretty simple one-car spin for Vandertoorn, although thought that was damage to the back bumper, but maybe that's just the shape they are.
Take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, he just kind of sailed it down in there, lost the back end, around it goes. The drivers, they know where they're supposed to be for the restart. Everybody doubling up, and we should be able to let them loose next time by.
So next time around, we'll go back to the green flag, and when we do that, let's give you the sights and sounds of the Vanderland Building Product Late Model Division. We'll do a quick fire it up, and let the viewers at home just see these cars in action and hear how they sound here at Brighton Speedway. So let's do it, a quick fire it up for the late models.
Baldwin Turner going to lead the field through 3 and 4. Baldwin gets to fire first.
They're a beautiful sounding race car, Tim. That's our quick fire it up where we let the fans enjoy the racing without having to put up with our voices for a couple of laps.
They might like that.
It'd be nice if we tell the other announcers how that works.
You led into it. I thought, is he going to say? It all worked out. Battle is on for the second spot. Adam Turner has the position. Brandon Mowat got around Charlie Sandercock, and he worked that outside groove to make a move on second place. And can anybody close the gap on Steve Baldwin out in front? There's a lot of racing still to come, but Baldwin, man, that car's looked perfect all night long.
Certainly has that car dialed in here this evening. Starting to open up the gap on the 92 of Turner. 46 of Mowat in third. 57 of Sandercock. The 87 of Hennessy, the 11 of Sopaz, 311 of Panaccio, the 55 of Mark Rayner. Baudry in the 79, Sanders is the 21. Mayhew and Vandertoorn.
Best battle right now is that one for third. Sandercock works the inside of Mowat. They've been at it here for the last handful of laps. Mowat's had the advantage, though, right now. A little bit stronger than the 57 as Steve Baldwin continues to get gone.
Yeah, Baldwin just has things figured out right now. He's about a half a straightaway from some slower traffic right now. Vandertoren in the 33 and the 01 of Eli Mayhew. Mayhew sends it off the outside of the racetrack. He'll come back onto the racing surface right in front of our race leader, Baldwin.
Steve Baldwin, Adam Turner, and there's still the battle here for 3-4. Sandercock picks up the third spot. Halfway flags go in the air now. Halfway home for Steve Baldwin in the 5, the 92 of Turner. Charlie Sandercock in the 57, Brandon Mode in the 46, and Andrew Hennessy now in the 5th spot, closing out top 5.
Every time I think Sandercock is about to clear Brandon Mowat, Mowat's able to find a little bit of grip up there on the top and maintain that track position, so Sandercock can't quite come off the corner and head up to the outside of the racetrack because Mowat is there, and Mowat will mow around the outside of that 57, but they still can't close in on Adam Turner, who's out in front by about 10 car lengths.
And about a straightaway ahead of that is the race leader. Steve Baldwin rolls it through 3 and 4, continuing to pick off cars, and it's 12 laps left to go, this time by the stand.
Turner starting to get into the back of the lap traffic now. Baldwin's already cleared through 3 of them. Now Adam Turner, Charlie Sandercock, and Brandon Mowat are going to get into the lap traffic.
I mean, these two have been glued together for most of this race, Adam. Charlie and Brandon Mowat, side by side, lap after lap, and they're running such different lines. They really haven't come that close to one another.
There's clearly a comfort level with these two drivers racing beside each other. They have faith that the other's not going to do anything to really jeopardize them. But as they close in on this slower traffic, they close in on Adam Turner. We've got a 3-car battle for second.
Turner kind of boxed in there behind the Sanders 21 and the Mayhew 1 machine. So Sandercock behind Turner, and following in line is Mowat as they try and shuffle their way between these two slower cars.
Turner might have got the opening he needed. No, couldn't get the power down, and Charlie Sandercock works to the outside, momentarily taking that second spot.
Sanders and Mayhew have the track blocked off there. Turner's going to run to the inside now and try to get by them, put Sandercock to the outside.
What a move by Adam Turner. Assertively gets underneath the Rich Sanders 21. He'd been trying to do that for a couple of laps, but when it really mattered, he was able to get that grip.
This is all going on a half a lap behind Steve Baldwin, the leader, who sees the big high five. 5 more trips around Brighton Speedway.
Finally get by the 01 of Eli Mayhew now. Mayhew running on the high side. Turner, Sandercock, and Mowat all try to get through now.
Andrew Hennessy is almost a part of the conversation out there.
He's definitely closed the gap on Mowat and Sandercock, who have now lost touch with Adam Turner in the 2nd spot. Meanwhile, there's Steve Baldwin down in 1 and 2, half a lap behind this time by. When he crosses the stand, it'll be 2 laps left to go.
Steve Baldwin all by his lonesome out there in the 5 machine. Adam Turner has opened up a gap, holding down that 2nd position.
Well, it says 2 to go on the scoring. The white flag, well, it's been retracted. Not quite.
White flag now, white flag later, white flag every lap.
A little premature flagellation.
You did it. The official 1 to go lap now as Steve Baldwin cruises down into 3 and 4. He'll see the checkered flag in the air. Steve Baldwin, he stomped a mud hole in the field tonight.
Adam Turner in the 92 going to pick up 2nd. 57 of Sandercock 3rd. Mowat in the 46 is going to pick up 4th, and the 87 of Andrew Hennessy is going to round out the top 5 here at the Brighton, the Vanderland Building Products late model division.
Pretty clean late model race, a simple spin earlier on.
I don't know if you'd call it a beatdown, but that was a pretty dominant performance by Steve Baldwin from the heats to the feature.
I didn't call it a beatdown. I said he stomped a mud hole in them.
I wasn't equating the two together.
Why won't you listen to me, Greg Callen?
My comment had nothing to do with it. Not everything
once.
is about you, Adam Ross.
It's about the racing.
Clinton, can I speak with the HR department?
Yeah.
It's Angie.
Angie Ross.
She didn't take my name.
Oh, my.
As we got a quick break in the action here, I just got a message. Our 50-50 ticket has not been claimed yet, so if you're holding a red ticket, 902-774, head on down to the souvenir booth. They are holding some cash for you. Red ticket, 902-774. It is worth $1,340, I just got told, and it is not claimed. Once again, 902-774.
And if you're the winner, we accept tips.
Don't forget to tip your commentator.
Last week's winner brought you lollipops. How about that? How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Steve Baldwin down here. Fabulous night. Flawless here in this number 5 car. He'll work his way out to your rounds of applause here as he gets all the gear off. Here he comes out of the number 5, ladies and gentlemen, pulls everything up out of the way. How about a big Brighton Speedway victory lane welcome for your late model winner tonight, Steve Baldwin. Steve, great drive tonight. I mean, when it went green to checker, you pretty much had a massive lead on them, half-track lead over Adam Turner. That's nothing to be too shy about.
Well, as you know, it's a tight race between 4 or 5 of us every week, and you just can't let up. You know what I mean? Like, I knew the car was good, but I knew those guys are good too. So I just hammer down, just keep focus.
Good focus. You got it done, Steve. Congrats.
Thanks a lot.
Steve Baldwin, ladies and gentlemen, picks up the late model feature win here. Knights of Thunder cars getting lined up. We'll take a short break and come right back here live on GeForce TV.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV. Brighton Speedway Labor Day Classic, night number 1. I repeat, night number 1. Is there an echo in the place, Adam? Live on GeForce TV, Greg Kellman, Adam Ross, Tim Whitehead. I'm sorry, I have a hard time when I can hear myself.
Oh, you should see the look on his face. He gets
2 seconds later.
Once in a while, so we have headsets on, so Greg can hear me, I can hear Greg. We can also hear Spencer, the producer. And once in a while, Spencer keeps the microphone open to the trailer, and it sounds like it's like a disco party in there with things echoing off the walls. And sounds like fun, though, doesn't it?
That starting lineup for the Action Sprinter was rough. I had a hard time. I had to speed up to it just so I couldn't hear myself. It's okay, Spencer.
Just got to get in your rhythm. Actually, along those lines, Toronto Indy, you would know that the fella that sang the anthem, sings the anthem sometimes at sporting events. What's his name? Ken De Los Santos. Wee little guy with a tuxedo plays the part. When you introduce people at the Indy, there's sound echoing from so many places. The delay is about a second and a half. So to sing the national anthem and you're hearing it a second and a half later, hit like that dude's a pro.
Yeah,
amazing.
I'd be tapping out on that one. All right, here we go. Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars ready to go as the cars get pushed off. 25 laps the distance here tonight. And this is how the lineup going from the pole out of St. Pete, Quebec in the 3G. It'll be Dale Goslin. To his outside from Picton in car 84, it's Tyler Rand. Lining up in the third spot from Beamsville in the 88H, it's Josh Hansen. And alongside him from Brantford in the Little Bend 110, it's Jake Brown. Going from the fifth position at Mount Bridges, the 45, it's Tricky Nick Sheridan. And to his outside, going in the sixth spot, car number 9 out of Binbrook, the live wire, Liam Martin. Starting in the seventh spot out of Brantford in car number 10, downtown, Mitch Brown. And to his outside from Joyceville, Ontario, driving the 42W. This is the Joyceville Jet, Rick Wilson. Starting in the ninth spot, out of Grand Island, New York. Driving the 21K, two-time winner here with the Southern Ontario Sprints at Brighton Speedway in 2022. This is Kyle Phillips. And to his outside, starting in the 10th spot, out of Oshweek in the 68, Aaron Turkey. Going off 11th in car 11J out of Picton, it's Chris Jones into his outside. Going from the 12th position, the Oshweekan Flyer, Glenn Stiers in the Zero Machine. Starting in the 13th spot, out of Dunville in car number 15, last night's feature winner at Oshweekan Speedway, it's Ryan Turner. Alongside him, out of St. Catharines, the 46, that'll be Kevin Pauls. Going back in row number 8 on the inside, out of Beachville, car number 5, it'll be DJ Christie, and lining up alongside of him out of Scotland in the 87X, that is Sean Evans. And a driver change tonight, starting in the final position in car number 11. In car 11 for the feature tonight, Corey Turner out of Tilsonburg will drive his dad Jamie's car. Obviously, they were not able to fix the fuel problems on the Petro Plus Travel Stop 13. So Corey Turner goes to the 11 car. Of course, he's in the points chase for the Knights of Thunder.
Problem on the back straightaway for Rick Wilson. That 42 machine is not taking a fire.
Oh, that'd be a huge disappointment, the way he ran in his qualifying heat. Did not get a great redraw, starting back in the 8th position.
Now he's waving for a push.
Well, he actually waved the push off and wanted the operator to come up and talk to him, help him get it locked in gear by the looks of it. Brett's over there now. And I think they've got it locked in good. But the car did not fire properly. I think they're having trouble getting it locked in gear, Adam. Like it won't lock in.
No, for a second I was wondering if it was locked together with the push vehicle.
So there's a little lever on the right side of the cockpit, and when you push it down, it locks the rear end in gear. Now there's a little apparatus on the back end that they may be able to manually lock it in for them. I think they might have been able to get that done.
He's motion there. I think he wants to give it a try here on the push.
And of course, Brett Meinecker fairly mechanically inclined out there. Yeah, it's locked in.
Rick's waving them on, and they're like, wait a minute, there's cars coming by. Yeah, there he goes. Got it fired up. I believe he redrew 8th. 8th starting position for Rick Wilson.
You light a fire under Rick Wilson's butt, you're going to pay the price.
So we'll get all the drivers in line and get ready to go. 25 laps the distance for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Feature number 5 for the 2022 season. Mitch Brown comes in as the point leader in that car, number 10. Corey Turner, second place, but of course, as we mentioned here in the lineup, he'll be driving his dad's number 11. So Corey Turner to the 11 tonight, 13 parked in the pit area. I think this time by, we'll get the signal to the drivers to split the seas here, and we'll go 4 wide next time by. So again, we'll ask you, get out those cell phones. Get out the cell phones, get the flashlight app on, and let's send these drivers off. 17 of them ready to do battle. So get those flashlights on, get up on your feet, wave your hat, whatever you got, and show these drivers you appreciate that they've come to put on a show for you. Here they are. They're 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Mystical Distributing, lighting up the sky here tonight. I want to thank them along with Rock 107 and Ultramar as well for bringing us Labor Day Classic weekend.
They clear out these engines. Now they'll regroup, double file. Gosselin on the pole, and that number 3, Tyler Rand on the outside. 25 laps the distance for this Knights of Thunder feature event. And don't blink too many times. It's amazing how much you can miss in a blink of an eye.
All right, Brighton Speedway white flag coming out next time by. We're going green flag for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. 2x2, 9 rows of beautifully prepared sprint cars ready to come to life. Dale Gosselin, Tyler Rand on the front row. They'll creep down the back stretch ready to come to life. Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go. Let's end all the anticipation as we bring to you our feature presentation. They rumble, bumble, stumble down into corner 1, and off they go through 1 and 2, clean and green.
Into quarter number 3, Gosselin leads the way, but Josh Hansen working the bottom of the racetrack to challenge for the lead.
Hansen and Gosselin wheel to wheel off of corner 2. Gosselin gets a good launch off of 2 on the outside line, and Adam, you noted earlier, he's really using that outside line. It's changed from the heats, though.
Oh, big time. Oh, he went up way to the outside in 1 and 2, nearly sent it off the banking, but he charges off the corner to take the lead back from Josh Hansen. They'll continue to race side by side. Gosselin going to keep the lead. Liam Martin has gone around, just about collected Rick Wilson and Sean Evans.
Meanwhile, DJ Christie pulls off into the infield as well, but it's Liam Martin around up in corner number 4, and that was a wild lap for Liam Martin. It started down a 1 where he went off the bank and gathered it up, and then around in 3.
He nearly crashed 5 times in 4 corners there. Managed to put it around. I mean, Liam is so up on the chip lately, been super fast. I can't help but feel if he backed it down 5%, he could win every race he's in lately. But just a little too much.
And you know what, Clinton? They have to come to that on their own. We saw it with Mac DeMann how many times, and he did back that down. Going back many years, we watched Ryan Hunsinger do that. There was only 1 speed. Once they found that sweet spot, You can tell them time and time again, but that they have to discover it. I think you're right. I think he's going to be lights out.
Well, he nearly spun it out in 2, as Greg mentioned, came roaring down the banking, then did spin it out in 3, after almost spinning it out in 3 the last time through there. I think if he could get a good mix of Steve and Dan, both the mentors and owners on this team, needs a little bit more Steve Lyons in the mix right now.
I'll tell you what, Rick Wilson just about caught a big piece of that action when Liam went around. So the old fella from Joyceville still has pretty sharp reflexes behind the wheel.
Most wins in 2022 at Ohsweken Speedway this year, with 3 victories, is the 9 of Liam Martin. How about Dale Goslin and Josh Hansen? Now, we don't get to see Dale Goslin run very often, but this is the best we've seen him run with the Knights of Thunder, and he's really, you've documented it well tonight. He is brave as can be going into 3.
He's got a plan, and he's able to make it work. Scares the heck out of me from time to time, but he's really hitting that mark and having some success with it. Liam pointed in the right direction. He'll lock that car into gear.
I feel like Brett's about to measure some yardage here at a football game. Move the chains, Brett.
First down. Brett introducing the pylon. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the pylon. Do not hit the pylon. Carry on.
When he holds it that way, why do I get excited like it's a huge ice cream cone?
A little bit dirty. We've got some debris on our ice cream.
I'd eat it.
Who's going to be responsible for the treats up here tomorrow night?
Yeah, sorry about those last 2 there, Tim. Well, you were announcing a lineup.
We devoured them. Where are you staying tonight, Greg?
At a hotel, but I'm not telling you which one. Green flag is out.
Gosling continues to lead the way. Josh Hansen right on his tail. Tyler Rand holding down the 3rd spot. They work off of turn number 4. Gosling continues to lead the way.
Good battle here between these top 2, and Hansen slid right up in front of Goslin, closed the door, and has the lead into 3, but I don't think Goslin's going to back down from that one.
I don't think so either. Hansen out in front. Goslin just a car length and a half off as we look back through the field. Liam Martin trying to work his way back up. He's running a line that nobody else is really working out there, maybe, with the exception of Rick Wilson in the 42W.
Goslin had a look on the outside, that time off of 4, but the door closed up quickly. Here he goes off of corner number 2. New leader down the back stretch. Goslin takes it back from Hansen, but he'll slide back down to the bottom. Here they come off the corner. Goslin, the leader at the line.
Rick Wilson clobbered the wall on the front stretch last time by. Car seems to be no worse for wear, but it was significant contact.
Goslin riding that extreme outside line. He's pulling away now from Josh Hansen, the driver to St. Pete, Quebec. Leading the way in this one over Hansen. Tyler Rand having a phenomenal run right now in that 3rd spot.
4th and 5th is Jacob Brown in the 110, holding off the 45 and Nick Sheridan. As I say that, Sheridan will take that spot over. And now we got a pair of Browns in 5th and 6th. Jacob Brown 5th, Mitch Brown 6th.
Another time by the stripe. 15 laps left to go. 10 on the board here for the Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series. Dale Goslin, Josh Hansen, Tyler Rand, Nick Sheridan, Jake Brown, the top 5. Mitch Brown, Aaron Turkey, Kyle Phillips, Ryan Turner, Rick Wilson, the top 10.
Here's a fun battle to watch. Rick Wilson in the 10th spot in that 42. Chris Jones in the 11 and Liam Martin in the 9. Talk about a hairy trio out there. And they're right behind the Ryan Turner 15 and Kyle Phillips 21.
Liam Martin trying to make up ground from that spin earlier on, and he's doing a nice job right there in the thick of it. With Chris Jones going at it as we see the cross flags go up in the air, this time by for Dale Goslin.
Goslin has a half straightaway lead over Josh Hansen, but there's traffic coming up for our race leader from Quebec. Sean Evans will be the first car he encounters in the 87X. Ahead of them Glenn Stiers is battling with Corey Turner side by side.
One of the fastest cars on the racetrack right now is Ryan Turner, clicking off some fast laps as Dale Goslin continues to command this one.
Goslin just doing a phenomenal job. Look at the brake rotor on Jacob Brown's 110. That whole car is glowing orange down there as he has to check up to avoid running over brother Mitch. Mitch is closing in on the 45, and Nick Sheridan in a battle for fourth.
Right now, Tyler Rand trying to get around the lap car of Kevin Pauls. He gets boxed into him, then made contact to the rear nerf bar. He'll try and clear him going into 3. Had lost touch with Josh Hansen, who at one point he was within a car length of.
Tell you what, a driver on the move is Aaron Turkey in that 68.
The
Clayton,
leader
what's up?
just hit the front stretch wall all the way down the front straightaway. Goslin was rubbing up on it. Watch the right rear of our leader.
Doesn't seem to be too worse for wear. Clinton, he pitches it down into turn number 1, but we'll keep an eye on it. Great battle between Mitch Brown and Aaron Turkey in the 68 as they come down the backstretch.
Yeah, Turkey's worked by Jake Brown. Brown trying to get back by him. Ryan Turner's into the thick of that as well. And now the pressure's on for the 3rd spot as well.
Aaron Turkey goes around.
Yep, caution flag will come out. Nick Sheridan was just about to bear down in the top 3.
Aaron Turkey was on the move forward in that 68 machine, just overcooked turn number 3, got it a little too far sideways. We'll look at it right here as it goes down into 3 and 4, just loses the back end, slides up over the bank, and Clinton Jeffrey. What are you seeing down
Yeah, same thing. Aaron, the last few laps, almost lost it there, and it finally come around on him. There is a really slick track here in 3 and 4 right now with a big soft brown cushion up there if they can nail it. But Aaron missed it. He'll find himself waiting for the shove. But yeah, Goslin hit that front stretch wall a ton, guys. Normally I won't key it up when they're rolling, but it was a good scrape from about the stairs all the way back to 1.
Oh, Rick Wilson slapped the wall hard coming off of turn number 4. It was only 1 hit, but he bounced off the wall.
Guys, safe to say on paper the top 3 would not be the 3 I would have picked. Would you agree?
I think that's fair to say, Clinton Jeffrey. That's what makes it fun. That's one of the intriguing parts of coming to Brighton Speedway for these races. You just don't know who's going to step up and seize the opportunity.
So it's Dale Goslin, the leader, over Josh Hansen. 3rd right now, Tyler Rand. Nick Sheridan running in the 4th position, and Mitch Brown 5th. 6th is Jake Brown. 7th, Ryan Turner. 8th, Kyle Phillips. 9th is Liam Martin. And 10th, Rick Wilson. We're going to have a quick look at the Dale Goslin machine hitting the front stretch wall under that last green flag run. Well, that's the replay of Aaron Turkey.
That's Aaron Turkey going around. So here we go, Dale Goslin into the 3.
Yeah, that was
as he kept hitting it, Clinton, it kept kind of keeping the front end of the car turning towards the wall. So he did a nice job not to panic, just kept guiding the car away from the concrete and did a good job there as Brett Meinecker going for a run.
Continue our rundown here. Corey Turner right now sits in the 11th spot. And then you've got Chris Jones, Glenn Stier, Sean Evans, Aaron Turkey, and the 1-car retired DJ Christie.
1 to go. We'll go green next time out of 4. It'll be 6 laps to settle the score in tonight's Pintys Knights of Thunder feature event.
Well, does Josh Hansen or Tyler Rand have anything for Dale Goslin? Goslin's been awfully tough here.
You know Hansen's going to take a big swing. He did on the last restart. Can Dale Goslin keep his composure? It's got to be confident boosting for Dale Goslin to see that the same car is still behind him. And Josh Hansen wasted no time getting out in front in that number 88 machine.
I mean, he was right inside the left rear wheel of Dale Goslin at the cone right there. And gets by Goslin and pulls away. What a restart for Josh Hansen. As Rick Wilson took one way up in the brambles.
Josh Hansen out in front. Gosselin trying to size up that outside groove, get back into his rhythm. He's got time. There's still 4 laps to go. And look at him build that speed on the high side. But Josh Hansen doing a much better job this time down low. But I still don't know if he has what it takes to hold off that 3.
3 laps left to go. Hansen works the bottom, and Gosselin's got it wound up. Here he comes on the outside line as Rick Wilson rejoins the racing surface. Gosselin around the outside off a corner 4. 2 laps left to go.
Where the hell did Rick Wilson come from?
Out of the creek, I guess. Here they go. Gosselin's got a run off a 2. Wheel to wheel into 3.
Wow, Josh Hansen squeezes up the racetrack, whether he knew he was there or not. White flag is out. Gosselin back to the lead.
He found just enough room to squeeze it out towards the wall. He can get around Hansen. Now we'll get the launch down the backstretch into 3 and 4 for the final time. Hansen takes a stab. Can he slide up in front? No. Gosselin gets the win over Hansen.
Great call. Tyler Rand with a fabulous 3rd place finish. Nick Sheridan 4th. Ryan Turner passed a lot of cars to come up for that 5th place finish, but what an exciting final lap.
Wow. Great restart by Hansen, but Gosselin would not be denied on that outside line, and he will pick up the win. The driver to St. Pete, Quebec. Take a look at the pass for the lead.
White flag flies as Gosselin streaks to the outside of Josh Hansen, gets a better run off of turn number 2, but Hansen, not to be denied, he sailed it in and wisely did not try to complete the slide job. He was not clear and held on for a 2nd place finish, and Dale Gosselin going to take the win as he hits the scales doing about 25 miles an hour.
We have been treated with some amazing finishes here in 2022, no matter where we've been.
Just this weekend, last night, a fantastic last lap. Last lap passes are not a common thing, and 2 nights in a row, that's exactly what we got to enjoy. And I'm going to enjoy this, a new face in victory lane for our series.
And Dale Gosselin out of St. Pete, Quebec. We'll talk to our Clinton Jeffrey down in Quick Victory Lane, also APC Victory Lane here at Brighton Speedway.
One more feature event to go.
Yeah, Thunderstocks, and they've got a cram-packed field, so that should be an entertaining one. Don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow night. 6 o'clock airtime. Knights of Thunder Action Sprint Tour, Canadian Modifieds, Thunderstocks, Mini Stocks on the card tomorrow. Dale Gosselin will collect his first Knights of Thunder sword. My dad Dale down there in Victory Lane, the photographer, he's got the sword in hand there, and he'll hand it off to Dale Gosselin, the next driver to be knighted on the tour.
There hasn't been that many different winners on the tour, because remember, Jordan Poirier, he's going to open a sword shop after his performances last season. Clinton Jeffrey, take it away.
Well, Dale Gosselin down here, ladies and gentlemen, working on getting his safety gear off. We'll get him out in just a moment's time. Crew coming up on the scene now. Hans device coming off. We got 2nd and 3rd here. We'll be as quick as we can to get these Thunderstocks going. Dale going to take a moment here. Takes a long time to get all this safety gear off. Here he comes out of the number 3G. He will take the Knights of Thunder sword and climb up to the top. How about it? Brighton Speedway, Dale Gosselin gets the win. Dale, great drive tonight. You know, he got one on you on that restart, but the outside was very good for you tonight.
Yeah, the outsides were pretty good. The car just worked it up, so I did the best I can stay up there.
Let's talk about hitting the wall on the front straightaway. Midpoint at race, you rubbed it up pretty good.
Yeah, I thought I blew the right rear, so it's looking good.
Looks pretty good. Maybe need a new one for tomorrow. Will you be back?
Sorry?
Going to be here tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Dale Gosselin grabs the win, ladies and gentlemen. His first Knights of Thunder feature event. We'll get over here and talk to Josh Hansen and Tyler Rand. Josh, solid run there. I mean, you got out on the last restart, drove away, but man, his momentum on the top brought it back around for him.
Yeah, he was super fast on the top. Probably could have dirtied him a little in 4, but you know, we got a race tomorrow and take a second. This is by far the best car I've ever had here. Last year we struggled here. Congrats to him. He was flying around the top. I don't have enough laps here to do that just yet. But awesome track tonight. Mark always does an awesome job. Can't thank the sponsors enough. Nathan Ackland, Julie Swayze, J&E. Thank you guys, everyone that came out tonight, everyone that's watching at home. Got a shout out to Grandma. I know she's watching tonight, so she always wishes me good luck and tells me I do a good job. So thank you to everyone back at the trailer, and see everyone tomorrow.
Right now, Josh Hansen had a couple feature wins this year at Oshweek running really good. Tyler, great job for you here. What we consider your kind of home track. You know, solid drive though. Lots of tack still in this one. 3rd place, solid run for you tonight.
Yeah, I think starting on the outside actually that got me. There wasn't much coming off to take the start. He got a good lead. And then Josh has been fast all year. So I tried keeping up with him, getting out of breath, doing the high side like we were, but it was a little sketchy down 3 and 4, so I didn't attempt it. I should have probably made a move or two, tried it out, but all in all, a good run.
Right on, Tyler ran 3rd, Josh Hansen 2nd, and our winner, the Knights of Thunder, his first ever, Dale Gosling gets it done. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV. We got one feature event to go.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rear-view mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Back live at Brighton Speedway, night 1 of the Labor Day Classic. As we see the Knights of Thunder heading to the pit area. Little personal happiness and joy to see Tyler ran with a podium finish. This is a guy I feel connected to. 1, we're both from Picton, the county. But 2, when I started announcing, he was a goaltender for the Picton Pirates. So I got to announce some goaltending, and now I get a chance to announce some racing. And our families have been mingled together forever, it seems, because I used to go to Can-Am and watch Terry drive in the late models and the modifieds over the years. So that's awesome for Tyler Rand, a podium finish here at his home track. Good for him. Good for him. As we get ready for the final feature of the night, Tim.
Brighton Automotive Thunderstocks on the racetrack for their feature here tonight. Starting on the front row from Trenton, the Oasis Fuels, the JB Printing, car number 1 of Brock Gregory. Outside Gregory from Belleville, the Greengrass Oasis, the Oasis Fuels All Things Outdoors, car 17 of Jeff Humphrey. Row number 2 from Brighton, the Excess Storage, John's Equipment, Young Drivers, car number 85 of Austin Reed. Outside Reed from Belleville, the ANC Inslee Property Maintenance, the Patriots Excavating, car number 74 of Mike Lucas. On the 3rd row from Ameliasburg, the 92 car of Adam Turner. Outside Turner from Springbrook, the ANC Inslee Property Maintenance, Quinny Mobile Concrete, the Crete Works, car number 87 of James Turgeon. Row number 4 from Trenton, the 9 car is Josh Black. Outside Black from Sterling, the Rapid Rad, the Dennis Davey Property Maintenance, car number 7 of Rick Phillips. Starting on the 5th row from Belleville, the Oasis Fuels, the Greengrass Oasis, the MP Tire, car 0 of Tyler French. Outside French from Marmora, the Trainer Concrete, Muskie Maniacs, car number 77 of Aiden Hancock. On the 6th row from Trenton, the Greengrass Oasis, the Arcs Homes, the One Stop Shield Roofing, the 01 of Kyle Gregory. Outside Gregory from Belleville, the APC, the ABC Taxi, KD Transmission, car 03 of Justin Ramsey. On the 7th row from Campbellford, the ABC Taxi, the KD Transmission, the Hotch's Auto Parts, car number 28 of Cole McEwen. Outside McEwen from Ameliasburg, the Upper Canada Waterproofing. Sandra Hussey, Exit Realty, car number 08 of Angie Kirby. On the 8th row from Carrying Place, the Lambert Construction and Concrete, the Langenfetter, car number 41 of Ryan Lambert. Outside Lambert from Trenton, the Scots Haulage, Remax Quinney, car number 27 of Tori Pope. On the 9th row, from Brighton, the White Snow Plowing, the Tyandanega Propane, the Ensign Construction, car number 19 of Corey White. Starting outside White from Trenton, it's the birthday boy. I've just been told he turns 50 today, the Big Smooth, driving the Hunts Landscape, car number 72 of Doug Anderson. Starting on the 10th row from Colburn, the Tall TPSO, the Science Flooring, the CarQuest, car number 97 of David Barrett. Outside Barrett from Napanee, the car 16 of Caitlin O'Blennis. On the 11th row, from Port Hope, the 83 driven by Andrew Massey. Outside Massey from Trenton, the Hunts Landscaping, car number 18 of Kyle Anderson. Starting on the 12th row from Havelock, the Woods Auto Sales and Service, car number 76 of Cody Driscoll. Outside Driscoll from Napanee, the Smokes Speedway Gas and Smokes. Brighton Power Sports, car number 23 of Doug May. And bringing up the rear of the field from Sterling, the Silbro Construction, the Easton Law, car number 88 of Patrick Easton. "25, 24 cars. Well, my sheet says 25. 25 cars, 20 laps of distance.
Yeah, the 76, I think, is the one that didn't make the call.
The Cody Driscoll, and he had the incident up here in turn 4.
Yeah,
Here
and then
comes Jeff Humphrey now.
Humphrey just got back out. That'll complete the 2-4.
As they're getting their final instructions from the race director next door. Gregory and Reed are going to lead the field to life coming through 3 and 4. The green flags are in the air. It's green and go. Brock Gregory in the 1 car out to the early lead. Austin Reed on the high side, the 74 of Mike Lucas, Adam Turner in the 92, and the 9 of Joshua Black, rounding up the top 5.
Adam Turner racing in his 3rd feature event of the night. Battling in that 4th spot right now. Black got around him. Whoa, Turner passed him back. And hang on to it, Gregory.
I think that's going to put us under the caution flag, as now we got one around in, is that Black down there in corner 4 as well?
Yeah.
That is really humming the PA.
Kyle Gregory, the 01, losing the handle there on the back straightaway. Drawing out the first caution here in the Brighton Automotive Thunderstock feature race here tonight.
So there's Black going around in the 9 machine. Get another view of that from our speed shot down the front straightaway.
Look at the pack of cars that come just as he spins. There's a Mighty Wipes moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a fortuitous marketing partner we have in Mighty Wipes. It created a whole moment.
What could have been better?
Well, a cheeseburger sponsorship. I did smell French fries walk past us here just momentarily. Half-price French fries, I'm guessing.
Someone did that earlier. A young lady walked by with a plate of fries. That's pretty brave. Walking past 3 chubby fellows with fries.
She did make it by, though.
She did. I wasn't on high alert at that time.
First time you're going to get by. The second time you're not getting by.
Fool me once, shame
Well,
on you.
You might, but the fries aren't.
like the offensive line for the Chicago Bears. You try that again.
The Bears. Let's have a look at the G-Force upcoming events calendar on G-Force TV as Gregory awaits his ride back to the pits. Of course, the Labor Day Classic, day number 2, tomorrow. Racing gets underway at 6 o'clock tomorrow here at Brighton Speedway. And then September 16th and 17th, the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Nitro 54 presenting the Canadian Crate Nationals on September 16th. And then September 17th, it is the 18th running of Canadian Sprint Car Nationals at Oshwegan Speedway.
Also want to slide in there next Friday night. We'll be live on G-Force from Oshwegan Speedway. No sprint cars next Friday. Instead, we'll have the 358 modifieds, dirt car sportsmen, and our stock car divisions will crown champions there next Friday night. So.
Since we've got the time, let's have a look at the Brighton Speedway upcoming calendar. September 10th is the final points night. September 24th is Apple Fest weekend. Of course, that's a Friday, Saturday event. And then October 1st, Mark Rinaldi defies the odds and should survive another Eve of Destruction. Why is it called Eve of Destruction if it's a daytime event?
I've wondered that.
Like Day of Destruction sounds kind of sinister.
And why is it the Eve? Because Christmas Eve is like the day before Christmas. So shouldn't this be the day before the destruction?
You make a great point.
We've changed their entire marketing strategy.
To take this up with management,
It's the
please.
day of destruction. Better get the T-shirts reprinted.
Because they start midday and they go all night.
There you go. It's into the Eve. Eve just sounds more mystic.
Yeah, maybe so. Long day of destruction. So a lot of it's the tone with which you say it. Mark, we've had a meeting here.
It's day of destruction now, not Eve of destruction. Cancel all your print ads and radio ads. And
It's worth it. The price of admission is worth it just to see Mark in that gauntlet. And all of his best friends try to do serious harm.
it's worth admission to watch all his family while he does that
Oh.
and all the panic on their faces.
Gregory, the race leader, going to start on the high groove on this one. Austin Reed in second. It's green and go. Brock Gregory trying to take the jump on the outside. Austin Reed on the inside. Joshua Black could have followed his suit on the outside. Mike Lucas to his inside. It's Gregory at the line with Austin Reed. Mike Lucas, Joshua Black, Tyler French, Justin Ramsey, and Adam Turner all in the mix.
Yeah, three-car battle right behind Black there and Lucas. And right through the middle comes Justin Ramsey trying to find his way to the front. He's to the inside of the Black, number 9.
Out in front, a battle for the lead. Gregory up high with Reed to the inside. Austin Reed trying to make the bottom work. Now will go all the way to the inside. Nose out in front. Who's it going to be at the line? Reed by a nose.
Ramsey's worked his way into the top 3 now as the battle for the lead. Oh, Reed pinches off Gregory. Here they come off the corner. Reed the leader. Ramsey has worked up to 3rd.
Might have been a poor choice by McEwen to try to come back on the racetrack that way. It'd be easier to turn that car towards the infield. I don't think he's going to get the opening that he's hoping for.
Austin Reed and Brock Gregory side by side at the line still as they're coming up on lap traffic now of Torrey Pope. They're going to split the difference. One's going high, one goes low.
The battle rages on. Gregory down low, Reed up high. Reed clears that one machine, but Gregory will drive it down the bottom of 1 and 2. Fairly evenly matched. Reed is just a little bit quicker at both ends of the racetrack, so Gregory's going to have to figure something out if he wants to challenge for the lead.
Justin Ramsey in the 03 car. He's had that car dialed in here the last couple weeks, so he's starting to close the gap now in the 3rd position. Austin Reed out front, the 1 of Brock Gregory, the 03 of Justin Ramsey, the 3-car race out front. Reed, Gregory, and Ramsey. Then it's going to go back to French, Black, Turner, and Lucas. Doug Anderson, Corey White.
Reed on the back end as more lap traffic. The McEwen machine as they cross the stripe. Halfway home, 10 in, 10 to go. Reed, Gregory, and Ramsey has caught the top 2. He's right there within a couple of car lengths of Gregory. Ish.
You can see the top 2. But they're running good laps out there in front of him. Justin Ramsey tore through the field, made some great passes. He's been able to close slowly, but now that he's gotten within about 5 car lengths of the leaders, he seems to have stalled out just a little bit in his charge.
Reed, Gregory, Ramsey. French and Black rounding out the top 5. Is the lap traffic going to play havoc now with the 3 leaders? They're getting into a whole mess of lap traffic here.
Reed's really going to have to take it high in 1. He'll get squeezed up the racetrack. Here comes Gregory, but then that lane gets blocked.
Yeah, that worked out pretty well for Reed.
Here comes Ramsey to the outside as we got one spinning right in front of that battle. And now Ramsey hooks with Gregory. Makes contact with the front stretch wall. Still under the green flag.
We stay under green. Brett Meinecker doing some traffic control down there on the front straightaway. Getting himself right in the midst of the action as we are 5 laps to go in this Thunderstock feature event. And Justin Ramsey almost got screwed up there with Angie Kirby coming off of turn number 2.
It's all Austin Reed out in front of this one. As you can see the damage now on the Gregory machine, and now one slow turns off the banking. Is that Adam Turner up there?
It's Adam Turner. Oh. Right rear damage to the Adam Turner machine, and then Torrey Pope.
Wondering if Pope and Reed or Adam Turner got together with the front end damage to the Torrey Pope car.
Swallowed a tire.
I look like I did.
4 laps to go. This is not a great caution for Austin Reed. That's going to put the field right behind.
So we're going to have a quick look at this on the right side. Boom.
Yeah, Torrey Pope gets a little squirrely, heads down, and really squared up that tractor tire. I mean, right dead center.
Kind of remind me of Hungry Hippos the way it. Yeah. I hate to make fun when someone has. Kind of like the Bazinga or the Kachow thing with the car last year that looked like.
But that took off like gangbusters.
It did.
Okay, so Bope going to get a push towards the infield. And Brett will reposition that tractor tire into turn number 4, or maybe that's where it came from, was right there on the front straightaway. 4 laps of racing left to go here tonight.
Some damage on the back end of the 1. Have a look at Justin Ramsey. No. The 03 looks okay. He took a pretty hard hit into the wall when they made contact there under green.
2 weeks ago, Brock Gregory won the feature here, but him and Ramsey had quite the battle. So, be interesting to watch on this restart. I'm assuming Austin Reed's going to choose the high side to restart this race, put Brock Gregory down below him, and that's going to put Justin Ramsey right on the back deck of the Brock Gregory car.
That's fortuitous.
I'd like to borrow a word, please. I may return it, I may not. What were we joking about when we said that? Was something pompous happening?
Last night?
Yeah.
When Thurston Howells was walking through the stands last night on Oshweekend. The guy looked... Sorry.
I wonder how it went. They looked like they were ready to visit a country club, and fantastic. Whoever brought them to a dirt track, fabulous. I hope they had a great experience. They can never wear those clothes again.
At least not to the club. No.
So Austin Reed in the 85, he is the race leader. He has chosen the high groove to restart this. Brock Gregory to the lower side. Justin Ramsey, third place, is going to sit on the inside of row 2. Tyler French in the 0, outside row 2. Black and Anderson are going to take up row 3. So it's going to be a 4-lap shootout here to the finish in the Brighton Automotive Thunderstock feature race here tonight. Starter has the green flag in the air. Gregory and Reed are going to bring the field to life when they hit the first orange cone in turn 4.
Reed did not get as good a start there as Gregory in that number 1. He'll have to fend off Justin Ramsey in the 0-3, and now we'll try to track down Gregory down in 3 and 4.
And it's Gregory off the bottom. Oh, what a round Anderson spins! And we'll collect a couple of cars on the front stretch here. Yeah, right front broke.
It's a lot.
Call from the tower.
Lot going on coming off of turn number 4. Whoop. Yeah, there was a little bit of contact just before Anderson spun out, but it was basically a one-car spin for that 72 machine. And now there's 3 laps to go. It's been a night full of great racing here at Brighton Speedway. Let's have a look at this replay. Black in the number 9, a little bit of contact with the 72 of Doug Anderson, but it was after that, it was side-to-side contacts, a little bit of rubbing. Anderson came off of the black machine and then just wasn't able to keep the back end under the 72.
Great restart there for Brock Gregory. Takes the lead back from Austin Reed. Ramsey still back there in the 3rd spot. So remained under caution flag for another lap. Again, want to thank Parkland Ultramar, Rock 107, and Mystical Distributing, bringing us this Labor Day Classic weekend, and we're just wrapping up the first half. We've got another full card of racing tomorrow night. 6 o'clock is race time. Pintys Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pintys. We also have the Canadian Modifieds on the card with the Thunderstocks and Mini Stocks. Make sure you join us here live and in person. You will not regret it if you've never been to Brighton Speedway. You will enjoy. And I was just thinking, you know, this place shows so well on TV with all the different angles, and it shows you that atmosphere that you and I love so much about Brighton Speedway.
Everything is right in front of you. You can almost feel the hard feelings from across the fence.
Yeah. No, that's Clinton when he's upset at you.
When is he not? I've known him 25 years. I'm not sure how often he's not upset.
There's a moment here or there.
Yeah, yeah.
Typically, I think we get along best when we're flying around the country for TSN because, you know, we're just kind of both on someone else's schedule then. It is what it is.
I was thinking we get along best when I fly to Mexico and you're in Canada. Thought that's where you were going with that. No,
that works too.
It's been a fun season. It's
been been a long season.
It has. We've had a lot of first-time experiences, a lot of new things that were really exciting. So we'll see next year when it's no longer new.
We'll find something new to be new about.
Yeah, I think it'll still be fun. The white flag is out. We'll go green next time at a turn 4. 3 laps. We'll finish things off tonight.
I just got a great message from my good friend Kevin Gibson, who's a championship curd maker. He says, I could go find some curd for tomorrow night. Do you like cheese curd? Does your stomach like it? Please, Kevin, I love it.
Can you ask Kevin if he could find some gravy and french fries along the way?
Go with it.
That's that girl that walks through here. She has the fries.
Yeah. I love cheese curds.
Watch this restart. Here they come. 3 to go.
Gregory to the outside, Reed down low. Justin Ramsey looking for racing room in that 3rd spot. Black with a good run down the back stretch.
It's going to be Gregory at the line. Austin Reed gets Justin Ramsey in the 03.
Justin Ramsey had that experience with Kyle Gregory in the 1, and then the same experience with Reed in the 85.
Caution flag back out. There he is. Down in the dark ditches.
It's been a tough night for Justin Ramsey. Had that same adventure down the front straightaway with a couple of different drivers, and now he pulls up to talk to Brett Meinecker, the window net down on that 0-3.
I mean, that was almost a carbon copy, like you said, of what happened with Brock Gregory earlier on. Let's have a look. And again, another hard hit on the right front of the wall, and then off the banking.
Ramsey will make that right turn up in turn number 3, head back towards the pit area. 1 lap to go, and the window net down on the 0-3, so suggests to me we may not see that car back. One lap dash to the finish. Brock Gregory in that number 1. He has owned these restarts. Regardless of whether he was down low, up high, he's got the advantage. He's got to do it one more time. But I'm sure Austin Reed will give it everything he's got.
White flag is out. One more trip around. We're going to send them loose. See if we can get this one finished up here. The Brighton Automotive Thunderstock feature race. Gregory, the race leader, he'll fire first when they hit the orange cones in 3 and 4. Austin Reed second. See if Gregory gets the great jump. It's going to be green and white at the same time. It's a 1-lap shootout here to the finish.
Why do I get the feeling this won't be the only restart?
I was just trying to picture whether they could stay green.
You just jinxed this.
With what hasn't happened yet.
Oh, what a restart there. Reed and Gregory into 1.
Reed drives it deep down to the inside. Gregory up high with a big run down the back stretch. They're neck and neck. Gregory leads the way into 3 and 4. Oh, boy. Wow, that was something down the back stretch. Almost a slide job. Reed going to take the win over Gregory. Gregory is not happy. I don't know if Gregory realizes that the race is over, but
he just ripped the side off the 85. Look at that.
Souvenir.
It's there, but it's hanging.
Wait until you see. Somebody got sideways across the pack, and I thought it was going to get ugly. Now, does Gregory get his door back to go over the scales, or does that stay with the Reed 85?
Here we go. Here's the replay. There's a whole lot to unpack there.
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
I think I heard The one may have been black flag.
Yes, they have black flagged the one for driving over the 85 after the checkered.
Let's watch it again. Gregory had edged ahead a little bit into 3. It's pretty light contact.
Yeah.
I mean, what happened behind them was more sparks were flying.
Every track has a bit of a different flavor, the way they officiate, the way they call things, so we will leave that be, and Clinton Jeffrey will head down to victory lane. And he's already out of the car, folks.
How about it, Austin Reed, ladies and gentlemen? Not too happy with the side of the door all tore up on his car, though, I'm sure. We'll get him over and have a word with him. Austin, what a drive today. I mean, you got her done, man. Awesome run out there.
Yeah, she was looking smooth sailing, and then we got that late restart, and Brock kind of surprised me. He took the top from me. He had a really good restart. We kind of lucked out with that yellow, and then we just drove her for what we were worth on that last lap. And, I mean, I respect Brock for everything. Like, he drove a good, hard race, and I'm kind of disappointed that he drove us after, but I understand it.
All right, good job, man. Congrats.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the sponsors, Excess Storage. Oh, sorry. John's Equipment, Phillips Upholstery, the Wolf Den, AT Signs, KD Transmission, and Young Drivers.
Right on. Austin Reed gets it done, ladies and gentlemen. How about a hand for all our racers here tonight at Brighton? Adam and Greg. Tim, take us home, guys.
One more night of racing to go. The back half of the Labor Day Classic here at Brighton Speedway. And, guys, a fantastic night of racing. We saw some great rivalry started that may continue tomorrow. Some good finishes. Couldn't ask for much more.
That's the fun part, Greg. Come back tomorrow because you're going to get to see part 2 of what we saw tonight. It's been a whole season in the making. And I thought, by and large, it was just good, hard racing.
That it was, and it was entertaining for us. Easy for us to say up here in the booth, but great night of action here at Brighton Speedway. Make sure you tune in tomorrow night at G-Force, but by all means, if you can make it right here to Brighton Speedway, please do so. 6 o'clock is the start time, so that will wrap things up on behalf of the Rinaldi family and all their fantastic staff, and on behalf of Clinton Jeffrey, Tim Whitehead, Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kelman, saying so long. We'll see you right back here tomorrow night on G-Force TV.
Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.